And hello from Will Downing and myself, Nigel Adderley. Welcome to Swansea for the 4th edition of the IPC European Athletics Championships. We're in southwest Wales for the latest major para-sports event to be hosted in the United Kingdom. And many of the stars who lit up the London Paralympics and Glasgow Commonwealth Games will be here from a record 560 athletes from 37 countries. And we have a terrific venue here at the Swansea University Sports Village. And it's a beautiful start to the championships as well. Here on the Gower Peninsula, temperatures forecast to reach around 18 degrees Celsius later on today. And it's a very busy morning session as always at Paralympic events. And we start in the Discus circles. And the world record in the women's T37 100 metres, Mandy Francois Ali, will be in action in just over an hour's time. And Ireland's Jason Smith, the double Paralympic and world champion in the 100 metres for the T12 classification, will also be on the track. 11 finals this morning, 38 overall today. And as you can see, it's a blustery day here. We're only a couple of hundred yards away from the Irish Sea. And the first competitors for the opening event, the women's discus throw for the F55 classification, are making their way into the arena. And Germany's Marianne Bugenhagen, the world record holder, will be the undoubted favourite, even at the age of 61. And will, for competitors both in the discus circle and all around the arena, these are nervous times.
Certainly so. 11 finals this morning, 38 on the opening day here in Swansea, and just about every session is sold out. Marianne Bugenhagen, 9 times Paralympic champion, world record holder, won the gold medal at the World Championships in Lyon last year. The world record is 27.80. Personal best is longer than that. That's due to it not being a full IPC event. There's been a mix of IAAF competitors in that also. There's a field of 8 in this women's discus. Each competitor gets locked in for events like this. They have their first 3 throws, then they come back a little later, have their last 3. In terms of the rest of the field in this, Carmen Acunto of Italy is a personal best of 18.41 and will be pushing for the medals in this, as will Maria Bogucheva of Russia, who's due to be the first to throw in this. There were a few chair difficulties early on, but it looks like we are going to go according to schedule. She'll be the 8th to throw. Daniela Todorova of Bulgaria has got prospects as well at the age of 33. Carstensen of Denmark is the youngest. She's 17 years old and might be potential for a medal as well, 11.56. But with the opening ceremony last night, Nigel, which was a wonderful, enjoyable gala affair.
It certainly was. Many of the athletes who are here today were making their way around the track behind their respective team captains. And we had, as you might anticipate, here in southwest Wales, a male voice choir to kick the event off as well. And it was a packed house for that, and it will be here for many of the sessions throughout the competition. All of the evening sessions are already sold out. Daniela Todorova will be the first competitor to take a throw at the 4th IPC European Athletics Championships, held twice before in the Netherlands and once in Germany. And this, of course, is pretty much the midpoint between the London Paralympic Games and Rio 2016. So already competitors here in Swansea this week will be looking ahead to Rio and just fine-tuning preparations even at this stage and trying to lay down a marker against their competitors.
So first to throw in the women's discus. This is the F55. We're in the wheelchair categories, as we're in the 50s, and the higher the lower digit, then the greater mobility and dexterity involved. So Todorova, she's 33 years old, hasn't a huge amount of form going into this competition. She can get something on the board early on of around 15 metres or so. Should keep her knocking around the medals by the end of the competition.
There is a huge gap in terms of both personal bests and season's bests between the field and Marianne Bugenhagen, who will start at number 7. But at this stage, it is all to play for.
We've got 8 in this competition, which means the first section of the competition will have 24 throws, 3 throws each in duration, because all of the athletes have to be brought in and locked in their position, just so to save time they have their first 3 throws all at once. So we see that in the F50 categories, of which there will be 5 this week. But very well supported competition this in Swansea. It's 9 AM and the main stand here already has a few hundred in it. You can see quite often throughout the week there's a nice open grandstand over on the far side by the main road that brings you further west into Wales. Lovely morning in Swansea. You don't always get this here, so we'll take it this week while we can.
There's the forecast of the odd shower later on in the week, but we have pretty much clear blue skies at the moment. And the Gower Peninsula and the Irish Sea is only a couple of 100 yards literally beyond the grandstand on the back straight.
Well, this is our venue. This is where we are, Swansea University. Good sporting city. Swansea City in the Premier League.
Great start to the season for them as well. Beating Manchester United on the opening day of the English Premier League season. So it's already on the sporting map this week, and it certainly will be, both during and after this European Championships. I want to make sure that everything is absolutely right for the first competitor in the event.
Yeah, it's not unusual this for the start of the F50 throws, making sure that the facilities are spot on. So this is the track where we'll have quite a bit of action this morning. The women's 400 meters T13 final. That's for those of minor visual impairment. We've got that coming up at around 9:30 local time. That's 8:30 GMT. It'll be followed by the final of the T53 400 meters. That'll be around 10 minutes later. 11 finals this morning. Quite a good few of those on the track, a few in the field. And the crowds will be building as the week goes on, because we've been hearing the ticket sales have actually been very, very brisk here. Maybe a follow through from the Paralympic Games London 2012.
And also the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow a few weeks ago, where there were para events incorporated into that competition. And the big overnight news here in Swansea is about somebody who won't be competing, the Great Britain captain David Weir, who was going for 4 gold medals, had to pull out of the event due to tendinitis, so bitter disappointment for him. It really opens up the field in the wheelchair categories on the track. Marcel Hug of Switzerland will now be considered the hot favourite.
It's a big blow for him and for the championships. It's been a very busy summer for parasport athletes in Britain, with the Commonwealth Games taking place in Glasgow, and it was integrated into the full competition, which has been the case for the last few Commonwealth Games, going back to the likes of Delhi and also Manchester in 2002 and Melbourne in between. And the crowds were fantastic for the week and a bit in Scotland.
For 50,000 people at Hampden Park to watch the para-athletes, which will be, or was, a terrific experience for them. And there are a number of local competitors as well who will be representing the Welsh Dragon as part of the Great Britain side. Dan Greaves and Aled Lewis, there's been plenty of media attention locally focused on them in the build-up to these championships.
There's a strong British team here of around 60 competitors, and they'll be very well supported this week. A couple of major Grand Prix events every year, the anniversary games to reflect on London 2012, both for the Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games. Draws in capacity crowds, as it has done the last 2 years. Also, the Birmingham Grand Prix attracts very good support each year.
No local interest as far as Great Britain are concerned in the opening event of the competition. We have a Bulgarian, an Azeri, a Lithuanian, another Bulgarian, a Dane, an Italian, a Russian, and the German Marianne Bugenhagen.
Dame Tanni Gray-Thompson is among the broadcast teams here this week, a multi-gold medalist at Paralympic Games down through the years. Now well-noted athletics commentator in Britain.
And on home turf, of course, here in Wales.
Now, as you'll know, there's been a little difficulty to the start of this women's discus, the F55, but I remember it's precisely how the Paralympic Games started. There was a little difficulty with one of the throwing events right at the start of the opening morning, and it took a few minutes, 10-15 minutes, to get everything sorted out and get things rolling. So this has taken half the time.
Daniela Todorova. The nerves will have been, I'm sure, jangling for her. It's a big moment to open a major competition. And as Will was saying, she has no real recent form coming into this. She's not been a major competitor at events around Europe and beyond. There was a problem, a technical problem with her chair in the build-up to this, and there was some thought before the competition started that she may have to go out lower down in the field, but
well, probably from her point of view that might not have been a bad thing, but at least she's going to get rolling now. Daniela Todorova. Bulgaria have sent a strong team here. They've got two in this competition. Esmere Ibrahim comes a little later, and we're starting 2 days after the EAA European Athletics Championships in Zurich, where there was a strong Bulgarian representation as well. Yvette Lalova lost her sprint titles that she won in Helsinki. That still was a strong performer during the week. Just has to get herself properly strapped in as well.
and I'm sure this is not helping the other competitors who are waiting behind the discus circle at the moment. It's the first time that the European Championships have arrived in the United Kingdom, twice in the Netherlands and once in Finland before. And we have a record 560 athletes who have descended on Southwest Wales from 37 countries right across Europe.
So she's in position, which means first of her three throws can come. In terms of the distances to expect, well, the world record is 27.80 from Marianne Bugenhagen, which is obviously the European record as well.
She has thrown 29.03, so in other events.
24.30 is the season's best, but anybody knocking around 15 metres has got a chance of silver and bronze, and that looks round about where Todorova has ended up with her opening attempt in this F55 women's discus final. So her first warm-up throw looked quite good, Nigel, around 15 metres.
Well, she would be happy with that. That would put her close to the podium, if not on top of it, if she could replicate that during the the actual event.
So she's got one more warm-up throw to go before her 3 can kick in. It's a competition which normally takes hours, incidentally, because it takes a while to bring the athletes in and bring them out. That's beyond 15 metres, so that's good. Well, 15 metres is all right, actually, because in terms of competition, that would rank her in 4th place in terms of this season.
And to look at the medal contenders, Marianne Bugenhagen is clearly the favourite. Carmen Ocunto of Italy has thrown 17 metres 10 this season.
So the first attempt in competition in Swansea this week, it falls to Daniela Todorova of Bulgaria in the women's discus throw. We've given you a great build-up, so don't disappoint us now. The 15-metre line is the first that she'll be aiming for. And she's got around 16-17, and that's actually a lot better than her warm-up throws. Obviously puts her in a position where she'll be leading maybe for half an hour, but then she has to watch the other 7 athletes do their 3 throws in duration. Normally have to wait for each throw to be registered in terms of distance before you can take the next one. Still measuring the officials in position.
Looks to be just under 16 metres. There we are. 15.76.
Well, that gives her a solid foundation in terms of the competition. There's only 3 others in this who've thrown further than that this year. That includes the great Marianne Bugenhagen. That's pretty much around the same mark. We'll be with you for another 3.5 hours today. The final event is the men's shot put final for F38. In the cerebral palsy categories, that will be around 12:30 local time, UK time, 11:30 GMT, 13:30 Central European time. 15.76 was her opening round throw, and let's see if she can maintain a little bit of progress here. I think she'll be a lot happier with her second attempt, and with very good reason. Improves by 16 centimetres. Todorova leads 15.92.
And it's a very solid start from her. She could be troubling the podium, although it's very early days, of course. Season's bests don't really count for too much when you come into major competitions. It's what you do on the day. And she's been peppering just beyond that 15-metre line.
If it is an improvement, and I'm not sure it is, it would only be by a few centimetres. But a bit of fatigue can set in. You can see she's just working her right shoulder very strongly, because it's 5 throws in a row you get, the 2 to warm up at the start of the competition, and then 3 immediately in succession. Unlike, for example, in the IAAF circuit, where obviously it's 1 throw around and that's it. You settle back and you come back, maybe 15, 20 minutes between throws. It's a lot more intense here, all coming at once. So she's had 3.
So 15.63, that's actually the worst of her 3 throws. So 15.92 is the score which will count going towards the latter half of the competition.
So that's her first 3, little break coming. Just get the Shoulder back in motion for the next three. So this is the only event which is currently in progress on this opening morning. We've got the men's shot put for F20, which will be starting in around 10 minutes' time.
Jeffrey Eiger of Sweden, the man to look out for in that competition.
Around 40 seconds she has left before throws 4, 5 and 6.
We do have some genuine world stars on the track later on. In around an hour's time, Mandy Francois-Elie, the world record holder in the women's 100 metres for T37, will be in her semi-final. It's a decent throw again from Todorova.
Yeah, they're all knocking around just shy of the 16-metre mark, which has been very consistent so far. It's been around 30 centimetres between her three throws to date. They've all been beyond 15 metres, which gives her a good chance of a medal. But it means she's left on tenterhooks for the rest of the competition. See how many will beat her, and if she could end up in the medals. And there is nothing from now on, after she does throw number 6, that she can do. It's her round for the day. Now that was 15.61, slight disimprovement by 2 centimetres in round 3, and it's her shortest throw of the 4 so far.
And we will have the Italian Carmen Acunto coming next, according to a change in the start list at the moment, although that could change before she reaches the circle as well. And that looks to be a decent throw, possibly her best one so far. Only one more to come. I suppose it's about trying to find a rhythm as well. That could be close to 16 metres. 15.92 is her best throw so far. That was her second one. And that one is 16.43. So a great improvement. And in terms of season's best, that would put her on the podium at the moment.
Well, it's really super consistency from her. That's very, very impressive.
So this is the final attempt for Todorova. Well, that is not go to trouble. 16.43.
16.43, I can tell you, actually puts her above Bogatyeva, Russia, in terms of the rankings this year. So it puts her third of the field of 8 in terms of what they've thrown this year. And obviously, she's in the gold medal position. But there's 7 more to go. We'll have all 6 attempts in rotation. She put so much into that penultimate throw. There was maybe a lot less left in the tank. She wasn't particularly happy with it. She knew that that would be her weakest effort of the 6, but at least she proceeded it with the strongest. 15.37. So 16.43 sets the standards, and that's the one for the rest to target.
Solmaz Safarova of Azerbaijan will be the next athlete into the circle. And of course she will have to be strapped in and secured as well. And the first event on the track, the women's 400 metres T13, will be starting in just under 10 minutes' time, and that will be our first medals decided at at Swansea 2014.
Now, in terms of European competition, what we have here is a start list of 2, Erin McBride of Britain and Nantanine Keita of France, which means that the very first gold medal of the Games could be a home one. We've also got the men's shot put final, the F20, which is kicking off very shortly indeed. We've seen the first throws in the women's F55 discus, and what will happen as well is we'll have a whole load of field events which will be happening simultaneously. Be very busy out in the field. There are various areas for the shots and the discus which have been marked out, and the jumping competitions as well will be happening over on the far side of the stadium from where we are.
But the first event on the track is a big moment for 2 athletes.
Yeah, Erin McBride.
And Erin McBride, we can see that. Only 16, and she could win the first gold medal of these championships. Although Keita has a personal best of around 4 seconds better than McBride. But McBride did run her personal best this season. And she's within half a second of Keita in terms of the season best running, so it could be a very close encounter here.
Yeah, Erin McBride won 400 metres bronze in Lyon last year at the World Championships in the Sainsbury School Games last year. Because she's only 16, she won 100 metres bronze, 200 silver. She's from Liverpool Harriers, currently an under-17 athlete. And being T13, that's the most minimal visual impairment, which means that she competes on the IAAF and the English schools circuit, also on top of the IPC scene, and much medalled, very successful at underage level. And she's up against Nantanine Keita in this race, which will get underway in 5 minutes' time. Yeah, McBride celebrated her 16th birthday in June. A personal best was set earlier this year, a minute dead almost, 60.40 seconds, which is about half a second behind the season's best of Keita. And Keita's personal best is quite a bit faster than that, 56 mid.
And she does have the greater experience at international level as well.
Yeah, Keita won the bronze medal in this in the 100 metres at London 2012, having won silver in the 200 in Beijing in the Paralympic Games in 08 and bronze in the 400. So we're talking about 2 much medalled athletes here of fine quality, the best 2 in Europe, and it's a direct head-to-head for the gold here.
And as spectators begin to file into the stadium here, or continue to file in, they will be keen to see home success on the track straight away. And Erin McBride is the athlete who could deliver it here. And it must be interesting how they do it in terms of tactics, because you're not really running against the clock, you're running against a direct competitor here.
Well, it makes things interesting in the call room, because it's a bit like tennis when you're in the locker rooms beforehand, and it's a direct competition between these 2. So it's the women's 400 metres T13 final, and it is the first final of the week at the IPC Athletics European Championships in Swansea. Erin McBride in 4, Nantanine Keita in 5. Marla Runyon of the United States set the world record 19 years ago now, and it was in Beijing at the Paralympic Games that the European record of 56.09 was set by Alexandra Dimoglu. Erin McBride from Liverpool, 16 years old, an excellent bronze in this last year at the World Championships in the Stade de Rhône in Lyon. Can she add gold to it in this? Nantanin Keita's been here and done it, but never won a gold before. 3 major championship medals before at all the sprint distances, 100, 200 and 400. 2 bronzes, 1 silver, 1 a bronze at London 2012 in the 100 meters. The French woman is half a second faster this season than Erin McBride, and in her career has run 4 seconds faster. So it's T13, so no guides needed. T11 they are, it's mandatory. And T12, you have a choice. So it's between these two, a straight shootout for gold to get the week underway here. And the fans are milling in. A very early start, 9 a.m. McBride in 4, Keita in 5. Still a teen, Erin McBride, but a chance of a major championship. So away first time, McBride starting in 4, Keita off to a good flyer in 5 in this 400 meters. Things will straighten up when they come into the closing straight, so McBride will have Keita ahead of her for quite a bit of this race, but if she feels that the margin is tightening up, then when they straighten up, she'll know she's got a good chance of being in the lead in the final 100 meters or so. But as Keita maintaining a decent distance at the moment, 56.39, her lifetime best. She's in 5. Pretty much a minute flat for McBride in lane 4 in terms of a lifetime best and a season's best. She's run faster than ever this year. A personal best might help her to gold here, but it's Nantanin Keita of France who looks really good in close control here in the final 60. And the first gold of Swansea 2014 will go to France. Keita finally strikes gold. McBride will finish in 2nd place for Britain, and Keita comes through. She breaks the minutes. Gold for France for Nantanin Keita, and McBride takes 2nd place for the host nation Britain.
And the season's best there for Nantanin Keita, 59.46, and she controlled that race all the way through.
McBride ran 61.25, which was just about 3/4 of a second outside of a season's best, outside of a lifetime's best achieved this year. Well, she gave it a good run, but in the end there was no stopping Nantanin Keita of France, who's the 2014 European champion after so many close calls at international level over the past 6 years. And by this stage, when they hit the closing straight, Keita, I'm pretty sure, knew she had a comfortable lead, and McBride was not able to reel her in. Winning margin of around 1.7 seconds in the end, and Keita gets the European gold. It was good running. She just had a little glance to make sure she wasn't going to be overtaken, but she couldn't hear footsteps behind. And she had the chance to ease up, which she didn't really take.
But it's great experience for Erin McBride. She will be back in major championships over many, many years. And it's a silver medal for her.
So Nantanin Keita wins, 59.46 seconds. She broke the minute, cracks gold. Erin McBride for Britain in 2nd place. The first final in Swansea, the women's 400 metres, T13. So we have field events which are continuing. The women's discus we've had a look at. Now it's time for the men's shot put. This is for F20. It's the intellectual category. And we have a world champion from 2011 in this, Jeffrey Eiger of Sweden, along with a silver medalist from those world championships in Christchurch, Evstratios Nikolaidis of Greece. It's one throw per round in this, and we've had a couple who've already gone in this night. Well, this is Kim Lopez of Spain, who's the second to go. I can tell you there's a DNS in this. This is the men's discus throw F12. There are 12 in this. It's one throw per round. Branimir Buditic of Croatia hasn't made it to the start line, but we've already had two who've gone in this, and I think, Nigel, we've just seen Kim Lopez take the lead. Yeah, Kim Lopez has beaten his season's best with 48.75, taking the early lead. Now we will be having a look at the aforementioned shot put a little bit later. This F12 category is for those of medium visual impairment. Kim Lopez, who we saw take the lead, is the world champion from Lyon last year. Andriashenko, the silver medalist from 12 months ago, is in this also, having won the world title at the Worlds in Christchurch in 2011. It's actually a really good strong field. There are about 4 or 5 of the 11 starters who have taken major championship medals before. And Kim Lopez, somebody who'll be looking to add to his medal tally here. Actually, that was a personal best for him in that opening round, 48.75, which is only 80 centimetres behind the European record held by Alexander Yashnovi, who is not in this. Yashnovi said that at the Paralympic Games in Beijing in 2008. And at the moment, Lopez has a comfortable lead in that competition. And we'll be back on the track for the next race, which is the women's 400 metres for the T53 category. And again, we have 2 competitors in this. Hamid Kurt in lane number 4 and Samantha Kinghorn in lane number 5. And this could be the first gold medal for Great Britain in this event. Kinghorn set her personal best this season, 57.47, which is nearly 3 seconds better than the personal best set by the Turk. And Kinghorn, at the age of 18, said she was inspired to take up parasport by meeting with Dame Tanni Gray-Thompson a couple of years ago. And that time of 57.47 has really set a high standard for her to maintain here in Swansea. And Kurt is the younger competitor, only 20 years of age, born on Christmas Day. So Hamid Kurt will be in lane 4 and Samantha Kinghorn in lane 5, who will be the favourite for gold medal here. Hamid Kurt is also involved in the 100 metres in this category later on this evening.
So terrific conditions here at Swansea University, and Samantha Kinghorn will be looking to capitalise. The 18-year-old will be confident of gold here. So, Maid Kurt needs a big improvement on her personal best to really challenge her. So this is a big moment for Samantha Kinghorn to really try and make a name for herself very early on here at the IPC European Championships. First time, and already Kinghorn makes a decent start, quickly into her rhythm, and she'll look to establish a big lead here on the back straight, but she's not been able to shake off Kurt so far, and the Turk is sticking with her, and Kinghorn will know she's in a race here. And we just need the bend to unwind to give us a true reflection of Kinghorn's lead. But she's going to really have to battle to win a gold medal here. And Hamid Kurt almost side by side as they come into the home straight. Can Samantha Kinghorn dig deep here to win Great Britain their first gold medal? It's going to be incredibly tight. But Kinghorn just about has the edge in the end. And she pulls away to win comfortably. And Samantha Kinghorn wins Great Britain their first gold medal at these IPC European Championships here in Swansea. And she really had to work for that. But Samantha Kinghorn has the gold medal, not a quick race. 1 minute, 4 seconds, 0.84. Well outside her personal best, but that doesn't matter today. It is all about finishing on top of the podium, and that is what the 18-year-old has just done. But she really had to push as she came around the final bend. Hamid Kurt really stuck with her and kept her honest right to the very end before Kinghorn was able to pull away. And it's a great personal moment for her to pick up the first home gold medal of the Games. And the greater finishing speed really coming to bear.
It was a close run thing in the end. She came through to win in 1 minute 4.82 seconds ahead of Kurt.
Less than a second between the pair after 400 metres. And it was as much a case as of Hamid Kurt really raising her game at the major championship. It's always difficult when you have a direct competitor. It can often become quite a tactical race, and maybe it did there. But relief and delight for Samantha Kinghorn, who takes the gold medal in a time of 1 minute, 4 seconds, 0.84. 0.9 of a second ahead of Hamid Kurt of Turkey.
So we have gold for Britain and France so far on the track, and we are back now in the field, and this is Rolandas Urbanas of Lithuania. In the men's discus throw, the F12, those of medium visual impairment, the bronze medalist from Athens 2004. It's Kim Lopez who still leads for Spain, his personal best of 48.75 ahead of Marek Vitecki of Poland, 45.69. And Andriushenko of Russia currently third, 41.68. The standard for the Lithuanian to try and beat. Not sure who's going to manage it with that. Andriushenko, by the way, the world champion in Christchurch in 2011, won silver in the World Championships last year in Lyon and silver at London 2012. And he is one of the classes of the field, but it is a really strong field. One of the field events where Europe leads the way. Also seen a foul from Hector Cabrera of Spain. No throw, so improvement required from him. And that was a good enough throw to put him up into fourth place. Urbanis with 36.01, and that's a season's best.
Kim Lopez still leading, 48.75, and Marek Vitecki of Poland with a season's best, 45.69 in second place. And here is Sergei Shatalov of Russia. The Russians still have those rather interesting uniforms they wore in the Paralympic Games in London. It's not reached 25 metres.
600, round 215.
And he has chosen to come out of the front of the circle there, not happy with that throw, so it will be struck from the records. The first of 6 throws for each competitor.
I wasn't really going to get him anywhere near the medals, so elected, as many field eventers do, just strode out looking for an improvement next time around.
Stefan Dimitrovic of Serbia is the final man to go in the opening round of the men's discus for the F12 classification. This competition happening on the final bend in terms of the athletics track at the far end of the stadium from the finish line. And that's not going to reach 25 metres either. The leader at the moment, Kim Lopez, 48 metres 75. Already we have 3 competitors over 40 metres, and they look to be the men who will fight it out for the medals. Lopez, Vitecki and Andriushenko. Dimitrovic, it's a personal best for him. 31 metres, 86 centimetres.
So at the end of the opening round, Kim Lopez with our personal best leads the way, 3 metres plus clear of Marek Vitecki of Poland in second, and Andriushenko of Russia, much medalled 8 times. He's won major championship medals, in the bronze medal position. Bulitic didn't start. Cabrera and Chatolov so far haven't thrown strongly enough. Now, another field event about to start is the women's long jump, and every single one of the 5-strong fields has won a major championship medal before, and this is the reigning world champion from Lyon last year, Margarita Goncharova of Russia, the gold medalist from Lyon, and it's her first attempt of the competition. Women's long jump is being led by Maria Fernandes of Portugal, who jumped a few moments ago with 3:55. There is a bit of a wind this morning, but nothing that would negate personal best so far. Also going in this, popular Welsh athlete Olivia Breen, who's been very successful on the track, and perhaps we'll have a chance to see her in her opening round of competition. And this is T38, so it's one of the cerebral palsy categories. Looks a good solid attempt by Goncharova. 5:04 is a personal best. The world record is a ratified 4:96 from Ines Strizak of Ukraine, and we'll see her a little later as well. She went out a good way. That, as I say, there's 5 in this, and everybody gets to get 1 jump around. Normal mandatory 6 rounds. Lithuania represented here by Ramune Aduminaite. She'll be the 3rd to go in this, and she'll be tilting for bronze, but how far away right now will gold and silver be? She was the silver medalist behind Goncharova in Lyon at the World Championships last year. Goncharova's mark will be belated. Fernandes with the 3:55 as the target. Well, that's 4:86 for Goncharova. She's in the lead, and that really sets the standard. That's only 10 centimetres behind the ratified world record set in Stadskanaal in the Netherlands 2 years ago.
And a wind speed of +2.9, but really benefiting from the conditions there.
Well, considering the previous one for Fernandes was -0.8, it was a bit of a change there.
The wind does tend to swirl around the Gower Peninsula. And it's a blustery morning to start these competitions.
And this is in a special jumping section which is beyond the main stadium, but within view of where we are. So Aduminaite, her personal best is 4:65, and something around that would put her into 2nd place, not far behind Goncharova. That looks around 4:50. 4:61 is her season's best. .355, currently lying in 2nd place. Aduminaite is the 3rd to go in this, but strong technique. It is 4 meters dead, and she goes into 2nd place ahead of Fernandes, but behind Goncharova.
And the local favourite, Olivia Breen, will be entering the arena soon. And here she is. It's a personal best of 4:22. Set this season. That would possibly make her a competitor here.
Well, you can see the popular reaction that she's got here. She's drawn a lot of the home Welsh fans here already this morning. Better known as a track athlete, won 3 medals in 2012, 1 in London and 1 in the Netherlands in the Europeans. She's got a good chance, I think, in this, perhaps, Nigel.
She seemed to thump into the board there. A couple of athletes previous were taking off rather ahead of it, but she seemed to get her timing absolutely right there. The wind swirling around, these can be difficult conditions for long jumpers. 3:98, that puts her in 3rd place 2 centimetres behind Adamanite.
Now there's a strong prospect that we may have a world record today in Strizak, who currently holds that mark and winning the European title in 2012. She won bronze in the 100 and 200 at London 2012 and the silver in the long jump. Goncharova has a longer personal best, but that wasn't under full IPC conditions. That is a monstrous leap. We'll have to see how well she used the board, and maybe too much of it. It's a white flag, so she just about got it right, and she got good distance. 486, the target of Goncharova that she is aiming for here. I think used the board as perfectly well as she could have. Couldn't have used much more of it without going into the plasticine. June 2012 was when she came up with a mark of 496, but didn't end up with a Paralympic gold. It's 4 meters 50, puts her into second place, and Goncharova leads by 36 centimeters.
And already that looks to be a very competitive competition. And here is Maria Fernandez with her second attempt. 3:55 to open the competition. And 4:86 is the gold medal standard so far.
Fernandez didn't really impress in the first round. She had the shortest of the 5 attempts with 3:55, but that does look to be somewhat, perhaps, of an improvement for the 45-year-olds.
The variable wind speeds we're seeing on the results here show just how tricky it is. And we do have some quality jumpers here, but the elements could really assist the position on the podium. And it's an improvement. 3:68, a personal improvement, but it doesn't move up any further up the overall classification.
So our leader for Russia, Margarita Goncharova, 4:86 in the opening round. Russia taking bronze in the EAA European Championship long jump last week in Zurich. Daria Klishina, her first major outdoor medal, having medal consistently indoors. Goncharova really set this standard impressively in the opening round, and that's another good leap there, but it's a red flag. Went too far, so she maintains a position at the top. But 4:86 won't be improved on this time. Gave it a good whirl. Performed very strongly last year in Lyon to take the gold. It was a good battle pretty much all the way through, and that, well, had she got the board right, might have been pushing towards the world record, but there was a very good reason for that, because she went beyond. Not by a huge amount, but by enough. Indented on the plasticine, and that was it. Red flag, and no mark against her in round 2.
And here is Adamanite of Lithuania, 4 meters dead. Second attempt here for the 45-year-old. She was very close to the plasticine area. Does she get the white flag? She does. She used the full extremity of the board there. Adamanite's personal best is 4.65. Jumped 4.61 this season. And 4.58, very much in the vicinity of those previous achievements. And that puts her up into second place at the moment.
Well, that was a superb effort by her, putting her up above Ina Strizak. But now, Olivia Breen for Britain, for Wales. 4x100 metres relay bronze at London 2012. An improvement of around 50 centimetres would put her into the medals. Well, I'm not sure that's quite it, but 3.98 in the opening round. The great smile is back from Breen. I think that's put her beyond 4 metres. Such a popular home athlete here. 2 European bronzes in the 100 and 200 in the Netherlands in 2012 also. It was a nice attempt. I think it certainly increases the advantage beyond Fernandez, who's just behind her in 5th. Probably an improvement of 10 centimetres at best. Didn't really use the board either.
For the second time, we have seen a number of athletes not quite get their timing right so far. 4.22 as her personal best, and just below her opening attempt, 3.89. So 3.98 will keep her in 4th place. Ina Strizak, the world record holder, currently in 2nd place. If she can get her timing right, we could see more records broken here in Swansea this morning. And that's another huge jump. Seemed to hit the board perfectly there. Gets the white flag. Goncharova will be looking on with great interest here. See the flags in the background indicating just how blustery conditions are here. We're fairly exposed on the coast.
Yep, go.
So 4.36, so not quite as good as her opening jump. And at the moment, she is in 3rd place, behind Adamanite and Goncharova.
Notable wind speed there as well. It was minus 2.5. Goncharova had a plus 2.9 in the opening round, and really it seems like it's a crosswind. It's blowing across them. Fernandez has been steadily improving here, 5th of the 5, 3.55 and 3.68. Her 2 marks so far, and an improvement of 30 centimetres. 31 would put her into 4th place above Olivia Breen, and that's what will be aimed for by the Portuguese here. A bronze at the World Championships in Lyon last year. 4.08 she's jumped this year, 4.27 in her career. Fernandez, Adamanite and Goncharova, the bronze, silver and gold from last year in Lyon. Now that won't improve it, and she's not very happy at it. Conditions, by the way, just worsening a bit. It's got a bit cold now. Wind is really picking up. The clouds are gathering. So you know what that means around here.
Well, it could mean anything. The wind's picking up. We could have rain 1 minute, bright sunshine the next.
Yeah, we're used to that the other side of the Irish Sea as well. And she didn't use the board at all. She gave around 30 centimetres away at the very least. And I think she knew it. It was one of those situations where the takeoff wasn't right and you don't pull out of it, but you know it's just not going to go well and it won't be a good result for her. It will be the shortest of her three so far. And by the way, 3:29, look at the wind speed, minus 3.2. And that's the most excessive we've seen so far this morning. Certainly displeased with how she did, but there's no doubt that Goncharova is content with her position at the top of the pile so far.
And it would be interesting to calculate just how much that wind speed costs you in terms of centimetres. At the moment, the leading jump benefited from a wind speed of plus 2.9, which is way, way in excess of anything else we've seen. And here is Goncharova, our leader, with 4.86. Only 10 centimetres short of the world record. And that looks to be another fine jump, peppering the 5-metre line. And it's legal. She's really finding a rhythm here the longer the competition goes on. And at the moment, she is putting together a winning sequence. .485, 1 centimetre behind the leading jump so far.
And that was into a headwind, minus 1.1, and it was only a centimetre shorter than her first round, which is 4.86, where she had plus 2.9 helping her, which would have invalidated a world record. Adam Menaite remains in second place, 4.58, her second round attempt, having gone out to 4 metres in the opening round. So can she improve? Put a bit of pressure on Goncharova here. Is knocking around 4.5 again. Strizak is 8 centimetres behind her on 4.50. The flags you can see. The wind really has picked up this morning now. We're very close to the coast, not far from the picturesque Mumbles, which we can almost see from our vantage point in the commentary position in the main stand at the Swansea University Stadium. Use the board fine, I think. Don't think it's an improvement on 4.58, which was a very strong second round attempt. But right now, the 3 medalists from Lyon and the World Championships last year are in the medal positions here. 4.37 is not an improvement for the Lithuanian.
But it's developing into a very tight contest for the medals at the moment. Olivia Breen of Great Britain is not involved in that. She is in 4th place. And she is 52 centimetres currently beyond the bronze medal. Just sat back there in her as she ended the jump.
We'll give you details of how she did in a moment, but we are returning back to the track at the Swansea University Stadium. Here are the standings so far. Goncharova leads, 4.86, Adam Menaite and Strizak just behind. So the women's 100 metres T37, the opening semi-final. There was British interest in this, but Bethany Woodward does not start. It features the world champion from Christchurch 2011 for the Ukraine, Victoria Kravchenko. And it was 4 meters 20 for Olivia Breen in that third round, and she stays in 4th place. So here's the starting field for the women's 100 meters T37. Anna Sapoznikova, a regular finalist representing Russia, 14:37, a personal best set this year. In lane 3, the world champion from Christchurch 2011, silver medalist Beijing 2008, Victoria Krivchenko. Natalia Jazinska of Poland is in lane 4, and she'll be doing very well to qualify for the final. 14:87, her lifetime best set this year. Bethany Woodward of Britain doesn't start in 5. Maria Seifert of Germany is in lane 6, who won silver in the 100 and bronze in the 200 in Lyon at the World Championships last year. Which means there might be an opening for Russia and Zana Fekalina. In lane 7, she set her lifetime best of 14:57 this year. So no Bethany Woodward, unfortunately, for Britain in this. And the world record holder and the champion from Lyon last year is in the second semi-final. So it's the first 3 who automatically qualify, plus the next 2 fastest losers across both semi-finals. Sapoznikova, Krivchenko, Jasinska, Seifert and Fekalina. 5 in this, and they're away at the first time of asking. Seifert has started very well, and Sapoznikova of Russia as well. It'll be Sapoznikova in 2, Seifert in 6, and also Fekalina of Russia coming through in lane 7. Those are the 3. 14:25, the winning time. No joy for Krivchenko or Jasinska this time. They'll have to wait and see if they make it as fast as losers, but really the control of Seifert and Sapoznikova was very impressive, and they, along with Fekalina, make it through to the final. Sapoznikova strong running, and it's a personal best of 14:28 for the Russian, who came through in lane 2. Along with Seifert, knew she was there all the time in lane 6. Really good strong control from those 2. A fine start for Sapoznikova, the Russian, and Seifert of Germany. And Fekalina really in the end was untroubled in 3rd place, and they're the 3 who make it through to the final. Nice gap had emerged, and just a personal battle between Sapoznikova and Seifert by that stage. Strong running. World record is 13:68. Sometimes the world records do get troubled in the heats. Maybe we'll see that in the next one, particularly as the world record holder is in it. But that was a really strong display from Anna Sapoznikova of Russia, and she takes 0.09 of a second off her lifetime best.
And we have sunshine again here, briefly, at the Swansea University Sports Village. And we will have the second semi-final shortly, but first of all, a very impressive run from Anna Sapoznikova and Maria Seifert as well. And both of those could be challenging Mandy Francois Elie when it comes to the gold medal in the final.
Very busy out in the field, and we have 4 field events which are on at the moment, and we're returning to the men's discus. It's the F12. Kim Lopez in the opening round throwing 48.75. It's a very strong throw, a personal best from Lopez. 48.75 has him in the lead at the moment. A foul in the 3rd round. Now for Poland, Marek Witecki. His opening round throw. And a really solid effort from him, beyond 45 metres as well. A season's best for him has him in second place, 45.69, but he's currently 3 metres behind our leader, Lopez. And a few moments ago, Vladimir Andriushenko of Russia he'd thrown 41.68 in the opening round. And he's improved on that subsequently. He's just thrown 44.06, and he lies in third place. And those are our medalists for now, but we haven't quite reached halfway in the competition. This the men's discus F12 for medium visual impairment. Andriushenko has improved on that subsequently, but he remains in third place.
So at the moment, those three are well clear of the field, and they will be sorting out the medals between them, unless there is a great change in the bottom half of the men's discus F12. So plenty happening both on the field and on the track as well, on the opening morning of competition here at the IPC European Athletics Championships.
Ramon Adominaite of Lithuania lies in third place behind Goncharova and Strizak. Right now it is the 1-3 from Lyon in the World Championships that are holding the 1-2. Adominaite, if she improves, gets beyond Strizak. We have perfect order 1-2-3 from last year, but I don't think she's improved on a best of 4.58 so far with that fourth round attempt.
Strizak has just gone into second with 4 meters 63 centimeters.
Doesn't really look as if she's improved on a best so far, which is 4.58. Goncharova leading with 4.86. She's yet to go in this fourth round of the 6. Adominaite was really pulled a fine leap out of the bag in the second round, and she's come very close to that in round 4, 4.51, but Adominaite remains in the bronze medal position. She's got 2 rounds to go. Strizak knocking her down from silver, the Ukrainian jumping 4.63, and here's our leader.
Margarita Goncharova. The 2 legal jumps have been incredibly consistent so far, 4.86 and 4.85. And she gets such great pace on the way to the board. Really builds up speed. And again, if that's legal, that's very impressive. It is. And her speed on the way to the board, it's really helping her to build a gold medal sequence here. And her timing is improving the longer the competition goes on, but this one will not improve on her current gold medal position. 4 meters 58. And we are back on the track now for the second semi-final in the women's 100 meters for the T37 category. And this includes the gold world record holder and gold medalist from the World Championships in Lyon 12 months ago, Mandy Francois Elie. And we have 6 competitors in lane 2. Heather Jameson of Ireland has a personal best of 15.08. He's run 15.25 this season. And the gold medal favourite, Mandy Francois Elie, the world and European record holder, has a personal best of 13.2. Jenny McLaughlin of Great Britain will be the home favourite. And 14.43 this season. Isabel Forder of Germany. Now, one of the possible challengers to Mandy Francois Elie, Svetlana Sergeyeva of Russia. And Marta Langner of Poland will be on the outside in lane 7. But all eyes here will be on lane 3. What can Mandy Francois Elie do in her opening race at these European Championships? She'll be running in the 100 metres and the 400 metres here in Swansea after completing the sprint double in the World Championships in Lyon 12 months ago. And they get away first time, and Francois Elie makes a good start, but she's been pressurised by Jenny McLaughlin inside. But here comes the world record holder and the world champion. It's going to be a victory for Mandy Francois Elie. Heather McLaughlin in second. It's a race for third, which may have been taken on the line by Svetlana Sergeyeva. And the time, very, very impressive from Mandy Francois Elie. 14.08, and that's just an early warm-up for the world record holder. And Mandy Francois Elie knew she had that in control for a long, long time. Rounded down to 14.06 eventually. And it was Marta Langner of Poland who took third place. And Svetlana Sergeyeva, we'll have to see if she could be one of the fastest losers. But Francois Elie won that race very, very comfortably. Jenny McLaughlin did well to stay in her slipstream, and her time of 14.38 is a personal best, with Marta Langner in third, 14.84. Those three go through as of right, and the next two fastest losers qualify for the final. So both Sergeyeva of Russia and Heather Jameson of Ireland will be looking to see if their times compare to the opening semi-final. And they do, and they both qualify. Svetlana Sergeyeva and Heather Jameson go through as the fastest losers. But it's all about Mandy Francois Elie in the T37 100 metres. A very comfortable victory. And the two fastest losers come from the second semi-final. So here is the full list of qualifiers for the final, which we will see later on today. As we head back to the long jump pit, Anna Monaite of Lithuania.
Yeah, needing to improve on her 450 mid, which she pulled up in round 2, but finding herself behind Strizak of Ukraine, who's currently in second place. And quite a bit behind Margarita Goncharova of Russia, who's leading the way. Not very far away from Strizak's world record. We're in the penultimate round now. Goncharova leading with 486. Strizak had a 431 in this 5th round, having gone out to 463 in the second, which has put her up into silver. Anna Monaite with a very impressive 458 in round 2, but that won't improve on it. It's 431 for her, and she stays in 3rd place. Olivia Breen had a 386 in round 4, which keeps her in 4th place. But in pole position right now for Russia is Goncharova with that 486. And came close in lane 3, 485. She's 10 centimetres behind Shizak's world record in conditions. Well, they looked for a moment as if they were calming down, that she might have an opportunity if there's wind at the back. Might be in the mood of testing Shizak's world record here. She leads. It's a comfortable lead. 23 centimetres clear of Strizak, who's trying to force some pressure in second place. Trying to get back into pole position again, but that's a really good attempt by Goncharova. A heavy landing for her. Not really at the first point of impact, but certainly the second. White flag, no problem about that. You can see from the white flag how strong conditions have swirled up again here in Swansea. She's on her way to gold, but can she make sure? Good technique, landing around maybe just shy of the 5-metre mark. She has 5:04 as a personal best, but obviously it would have been a windy one. It's around 4 3/4 metres again. It's 468. Goncharova's very first attempt might be enough to win her gold.
And that was a windy one as well, plus 2.9. And that attempt was minus 2.4, the wind speed. So there's a massive difference, and arguably that's her most impressive jump so far. Here is Fernandez of Portugal. Looking to improve on personal bests here, and she jumped 396 in the last round. It just put her a couple of centimetres behind Olivia Breen. This her final attempt of the competition. It looks to be an emotional time for her. I wonder whether she'll be back in major events. Well, it's a red flag as well, so she ends disappointingly, only just, but just brushing the plasticine. So she will finish with a jump of 396, and she won't improve on 5th place.
She'll consider it an unimpressive run of figures. She's a 4-metre jumper, a solid 4-metre jumper even this year, and she hasn't reached that mark today. So Olivia Breen, 420 her best so far, needs an improvement of 39 centimetres, needs a personal best to get into the medals. 420 was the second longest jump of her life, and I think it will remain 4th place. Listen, she's happy with where she is. It's a white flag. 420 she produced in the 3rd round, which was fantastic for her, and even an improvement of 3 centimetres on that, I think she would be absolutely delighted with. It will be 4th place for her. I don't think it is an improvement. It was actually only her one solid 4-metre jump from her today, but it's got her above Fernandez. She's stronger on the track. It's been a nice solid performance from her today. That actually will be the shortest of her attempts. 3:76. Olivia Breen for Britain, for Wales, finishes in 4th place.
And now we will sort out the podium. And we start off with the world record holder, Strizak of Ukraine. Needs to improve on 4.86 to move herself into the gold medal position. 4.63 has been her best attempt so far. And athletes in the long jump often wait for the wind to drop, but on this morning's evidence, that's very, very difficult. Just short of 5 meters again. And will it be enough? Well, it will be recorded, but she does not look like an athlete who has just provided us with the gold medal jump. She broke the world record in the European Championships 2 years ago, and she's hit the board there, but she's left a few centimeters out there. And it's 4 meters 42, so she can do no better than silver here.
So for Lithuania, the silver medalist from Lyon at the World Championships last year, an improvement required of 6 centimeters to get the silver at the Europeans here in Swansea. Can she pull it off for Lithuania? It's not a bad attempt. It looks about 4.5 again. She'd a 4-meter leap in the opening round, but since then, good and consistent. Around the 430s, around the 450s. But needs to go beyond that. Needs to go beyond a second round attempt of 458 by 6 centimeters to overtake Strizak, who we won't see in the competition again. She's had her 6. But I really don't think that's 460. And not only would that confirm silver and bronze, but the gold as well.
So all we would have is a possible attempt for the world record.
It's 4:41 for Alamanite, and she takes the bronze.
So we know the 1, 2, 3 in the women's long jump for T38. And now the final jump of the competition, Margarita Goncharova. Can she improve on 4 meters 86? Can she improve on 4 meters 96? World record held by her Ukrainian rival. She already knows she's pushed Strizak down into second place at these European Championships. Will we see a big finish? Well, she's not disappointed. But again, she may have been affected by the wind, although her fellow competitors may look back on this competition and think she won the gold medal because of the wind. The winning jump in the opening round, 4 meters 86. At a wind speed of plus 2.9, so we'll just get confirmation of Goncharova's completion. 478. So the second best jump in the competition. But her opening jump of 486 has clinched the gold medal for Russia.
And really, it's fair enough, because 4 of her 6 attempts were beyond silver. Goncharova takes the gold for Russia, the first field gold of these European Championships in Swansea. Strizak takes the silver for Ukraine, having been injured for Lyon in the World Championships last year. And Renate third for Lithuania. She was the class of the field, and the European champion is Goncharova of Russia. She came close to the world record, closest with her first round attempt, but Goncharova takes the honours, and the world champion is now the European champion too. So we have lots of finals, and when you have lots of finals, you also have lots of medal ceremonies, and we'll have 3 in a row coming up very shortly for the women's 400 metres T13, the men's shot put F20, and the women's 400 metres T53. Well, I think the shot put might still be on, so they may have to push that back a little bit. Men's shot put F20, we hope to show you a little bit of that shortly, but I can tell you we have gold for Sweden. Jeffrey Eig has taken the honours in that, 15:49 ahead of Alexander Alexandrov of Russia in second, and Evstratios Nikolidis of Greece in third.
And the winning throw from Jeffrey Eiger, only 1 centimetre behind his European record set at the Paralympic Games in London 2012.
Yes, good long competition from him, and Goncharova taking gold as well in the women's long jump. So now it's ceremonies time.
And it's from the first race of the day.
And because there were 2 entrants in this, it's only the gold that's being presented here. And what a fine display it was in the very first track event of the week. There was British interest in this in Erin McBride, but it was Nantin Keita of France who takes the honours here. The victory podium is just beyond the finish line, round about where the athletes go after each race, the mix zone. So Nantin Keita was a season's best, 59:46. Sir Philip Craven, who has the honour of presenting the first gold of the week. And what an honour for Keita, who had won a silver and 2 bronzes previously at major championships, but it's European gold for the French woman here.
And she also receives the dragon, the mascot of Swansea 2014.
Does this mascot do the pole vault?
It'll have to be a very small one, looking at the size of him.
So French gold, and here's the anthem. So Keita broke the minutes and gets gold for France.
So the tricolours flying here in Swansea early this morning.
So France off to a flyer in Swansea, and Britain as well.
Also home success this morning as well.
And if you're watching us in Wales or Swansea or anywhere around Britain live online, do come along. Tickets are not particularly expensive. No, the evening sessions are pretty much sold out. Still a few tickets that potentially are available if you fancy coming out and joining us. We'd love to see you here.
A good opportunity to enjoy some top quality sport, bring the kids down in the summer holidays.
So this for the women's 400 metres T53, and again 2 in the final. So it's British gold for Samantha Kinghorn. She did really well, the 18-year-old.
She was pushed all the way by the Turk, Hamid Kurt, in that T53 final. But it's the first opportunity for the home supporters to cheer a gold medal. And surely it will be the first of many. That's a Philip Craven. Look at the delight there on the face of 18-year-old Samantha Kinghorn. And we will hear God Save the Queen for the first time at Swansea 2014.
So Britain's first gold of many of the week, Samantha Kinghorn in the women's 400 metres T53. Nice tight race. And that will set the standard.
The medals have been shed around here so far. We've seen Bulgaria, Sweden, France, Spain, Great Britain and Russia already experience a gold rush on the opening morning of competition here at Swansea 2014.
Now, those of us who've been here all morning have enjoyed about 2 hours of competition so far. If you're just joining us now, in terms of the track, we will be back in action around 15 minutes. The semi-finals of the men's 100 metres T12. But action continues on the field and the men's discus F12. This is how we stand after 4 rounds. Kim Lopez of Spain with a personal best. His opening round throw, very good, very strong. Puts him in a good position right now. 3 meters clear of Marek Witecki of Poland, with Andriy Shenko of Russia currently lying in 3rd place. The world champion from the Queen Elizabeth II Stadium in Christchurch 2011, 8 times he's won a major medal. So this is Milenko Vucic of Croatia, currently lying 7th, best throw so far of 34.15. 10 meters needed of an improvement from today. He's, by the way, come very close to his personal best. 34.34 is that figure, so he's about 19 centimetres short of that. That's actually quite good. That's around 35 metres, and I think he's actually broken his personal best with that. Might get him into the top 5. Good attempt by the Croat. And they're doing very well in the discus in terms of Sandra Perkovic and the European scene. Excellent field event nation Croatia is. And I think Vucic has thrown the best of his life. 34.34 was his personal best coming into these European Championships.
And he's done it.
And how? 36.51 has come up, and he's improved his personal best by 2.5 meters, and it puts him into 5th place.
So fantastic competition developing.
Well, there it is. Look at that for an improvement. 36.51, and that sets the standard for him so fantastically.
Here is Eduardo Sanca of Portugal, and he's close to 35 meters as well. And his personal best, 33.28. And he's currently down in 7th place. And he's already improved on that this morning, his personal best, moving up to 34.49. And we have seen 6 personal bests in the competition already this morning. Needs to beat 34.49 to improve his position. Just beyond that, or just inside that rather, 34.31. But it's still better than his personal best coming into the competition today.
Yeah, he's beaten it twice so far today, but the other 3 have been no throws. So now coming for Spain, Hector Cabrera, who set a new personal best today in round 3 of 35.17. And if he improves that by just over 2 meters, he get into the top 4. But there's a big gulf between our 3 medalists right now and the rest. Andrushenko has thrown 7 meters further than Rolandas Urbanas of Lithuania in 4th. And that has gone right into the rigging. And that's the 3rd time that's happened to him this morning of the 5 throws, and he stays in 6th place, despite it being the best performance of his life so far.
And at the moment, Kim Lopez has a lead of over 3 meters over Marek Wojciechowski. We've seen so many personal bests in this competition. Athletes rising to the occasion here at Swansea 2014. And now we have Ronaldas Urbanas of Lithuania through a season's best 37.28 in the last round to moving up to 4th place. But at the moment, he is the best of the rest. And the best are quite some way in front of him. And that's peppering the 35-meter line again. Not quite as far as 37.28. And he decides to scratch that one, come out of the front of the circle, so he will remain in 4th place.
Yes, he wasn't quite satisfied. He knew that it wasn't going to be an improvement, so he's just chalked it off. There's a lot of athletes in the field decide to do.
Here is one of our medal contenders.
Yes, he's a regular medalist on the international circuit, is Andrushenko. He's just taking his time to get in. Currently lying in 3rd place, an improvement needed of around 1.5 meters. It needs to get beyond 45, and it hasn't. 44.06 is what he's thrown. Wojciechowski of Poland is currently on 45.69 with the season's best. Andrushenko winning silver in the World Championships in Lyon last year. World champion from 2011. Has been winning major medals going back to 2004. 44.06 is best from round 3. That might improve it by a few centimeters, but it won't overtake Wojciechowski of Poland in 2nd place. 44.16. It's his best throw of the day. He gets 10 centimeters closer towards Wojciechowski of Poland. Who we will see next.
Season's best, 45.69 for Wojciechowski so far. 48.75, the standard set by Kim Lopez, right at the start of the competition. Oh, and that's decent, right on 45 metres. 45.69 was his most impressive throw so far, and he'll be pretty close to that. He just drifted away to the left-hand side, which maybe cost him a few centimetres. He looks to be the main contender apart from Lopez, if anyone can catch Lopez, and it's 44.88. Not quite as good enough as his opening throw, but very impressive again from the pole. And here is our main contender.
Vitecki unable to get much closer to top spot right now, and that's being held by Kim Lopez of Spain. A personal best in the opening round of 48.75. He improved his mark by 39 centimetres. Has him in the gold medal position right now. Lopez, the world champion from Lyon last year.
49.52 is the European record. That could be a potential target for him here.
He may feel it's within his compass. This to copper fasten the gold medal position. The penultimate throw of our leader, Kim Lopez. And that's gone out of the zone. And it's landed, well, it would have been around 43, 44 metres, but it's landed outside the sector. Remember in Zurich in the past week, in the, I think it was the Javelin, one of the attempts managed to skewer a field marker. And in the hammer, a wayward attempt managed to hit the podium when there wasn't a medal ceremony on, thankfully. That was wayward, but it wasn't going to do anyone any damage, really.
No.
And it hasn't damaged his prospects either. He remains in the lead, 48.75, and he's 3 metres clear of Vitecki in second.
Photographer might have been slightly concerned by it, but now we have our Serbian again, Dimitrijevic, through a personal best in the last round of 33.68. And this one may not improve on that. For many of these athletes, it's not about winning medals, it's about beating your best, and so many of them have done it in this competition already. And Dimitrijevic has already surpassed his personal best here. 32.18 this time, so he will finish with a personal best of 33.68, and he is down in 8th place.
So that's his morning done. 33.68 personal best for him. Now Milenko Vucic, who had thrown 36 metres in the previous round, was a personal best, but that now appears to have been chalked off, and it's gone down as a foul, and he has dropped down to 7th place again. Had been in 5th, but still looking to draw the longest throw of his life, and I think he's actually managed to do it. We'd have to consult with the officials why they went back and revisited his 5th round throw, but it's gone down as a big red X. But Vucic yet may have thrown over 35 metres and may yet still go up into 5th place, even if it's happened a round later than he originally thought.
34.34 is his personal best.
He's done it, he's improved it, and it's 35.13, and he moves up to 6th. It's deja vu, it happened a round ago, but now it counts. For now.
now we have Eduardo Sanca of Portugal. And his previous best in the competition so far, 34.49. He's some way short of it there. Sanca currently down in 7th place. Already thrown his personal best in the competition. That came in his opening throw. And 31.55 his final throw in the competition.
Well, Sanca, quite a lot of red of that, but Sanca lying in 7th overall. So now back to the track, and we have 3 semi-finals of the men's 100 metres T12. That's medium visual impairment. We have 3 going in this opening semi-final, and that includes the silver and bronze medalist from London 2012, Artem Loganov, who was quite successful in Lyon last year. Antoine Perel of France goes in lane 3. 11.98 his lifetime best set this year. In T12 you have the option of having a guide or not, and Thomas Ulbricht appears to be going on his own. Does have Tobias Schneider listed as a guide, but Tobias looks to be home. Artem Loganov, silver medal at London 2012 in the 100, and a bronze in the 2 at the Olympic Stadium. So they're all going guideless this time. Elchen Muradov of Azerbaijan with the world and European record in Imola, Bologna, back in 2010. It's only the winner who goes through, and the sole fastest loser across the 3 semi-finals. Perel in 3, Ulbricht in 5, and Loganov in 7 are the 3 in this semi-final. And they're away. Good start from all 3 in truth, but now Ulbricht is coming to the fore, and Loganov also. It's going to be a good battle for the sole winner's spot, and it'll be taken by Loganov impressively. 11.22 unofficial ahead of Ulbricht, with Perel in 3rd place, and Perel knows now, well, he's not going to make the final. Ulbricht may yet do so. Depends on the other 2 semi-finals, but Loganov wins, and that's been ratified to 11.21. He wins ahead of the German Thomas Ulbricht. Good stride, Loganov making it home. The regular medalist of the field here. And he had 2 tenths exactly beyond Thomas Ulbricht, who ran a season's best. They'd all started quite well, but Loganov really came into his own then in the final 50 metres, surged through in the final 30. So Loganov takes it, Ulbricht 2nd, Perel 3rd. And Ulbricht will have some peril in order to wait and see if he can make it through to the final of this men's 100 metres, which at T12 is now a lot more competitive. You'll see why in 2 semi-finals time. Cracking start by Ulbricht, but then Loganov in lane 7 on the inside lane, alongside the crowd, made his move, got the victory, and he's through to the final. Loganov gets the qualifying spot. Came regularly close in Lyon last year, and he may do again so here. Loganov wins, 11.21, Ulbricht 2nd, and Perel 3rd.
We head straight back to the discus.
We're into the medal positions now, and the medalists are secure. Andrushenko lying in 3rd place.
His best throw so far, 44.16. Lopez leading, 48.75. Victory, 45.69. So Andrushenko, 44.31. He saved his best throw for last, but it will not improve on his medal position. He will finish with a bronze. And now Marek Vitesky, already assured of at least the silver medal. But can he pull something spectacular out here to pressurize Lopez? And that's not going to go beyond 45 meters. So Vitesky will have to settle for the silver medal. And Kim Lopez of Spain will take gold. Can he get close now with his final throw to the European record mark of 49 meters, 52 centimeters? 41.64, the closing throw for Marek Vitesky. And now Kim Lopez can relax. The gold medalist has one final throw.
Well, 48.75, a personal best in the opening round for Kim Lopez, this talented 25-year-old Spaniard. World champion last year, European champion this, and looking to round off with a great flourish. It's beyond 45 meters. It's his fourth attempt with which he has achieved that. 2 no throws, but all of those which have succeeded prior to this would have won him gold anyway. Vitesky taking the silver medal for Poland, Andrushenko the bronze for Russia, but Kim Lopez wins. Has he improved in his 48.75 personal best from the opening round? It really doesn't matter. This one merely for the record books, and he came very close. 48.23. He beat his personal best just the once today, but it's a new lifetime mark for him. And Kim Lopez takes Spain's first gold of Swansea 2014. The world champion follows with continental success. And it was his very first throw of the competition that did it. Excellent technique. F12, this is the medium visual impairment category. And you really can't fault his series of marks. 48.23. His 6th round throw was his 2nd best throw of the day, winning on 48.75. And he had a winning margin in the end of over 3 meters. Can't really ask terribly much more than that. He takes the honours, walks away from gold. It's about medals and not records, but he's got a lifetime best. And that'll make the gold medal just that bit sweeter. The winning throw, 48 meters 75. Vitesky with the silver for Poland, and Andrushenko the bronze for Russia, as Rolandas Urbanas of Lithuania takes 4th place.
So many of the athletes, 8 of the top 10, throwing either a season's best or a personal best. So personal achievements alongside those on the podium here so far in Swansea this morning.
Now, the women's long jump earlier was won by Margarita Goncharova of Russia, and she came 10 centimeters away from the world record, which is held by Ines Strizak, who won the silver herself for Ukraine, and Adaminaite with the bronze for Lithuania. Jeffrey Eiger of Sweden, well, he's been looking very competitive in the men's shot put. Took the gold medal in that with a 15:49 throw. Alexandrov of Russia, the silver, and Efstratios Nikolidis of Greece, the bronze. That F20, the intellectual category. Nanitin Keita of France winning the women's 400 metres T13 to get the week underway. And Samantha Kinghorn of Britain, the 18-year-old Scots, taking the women's 400 T53.
And back on the track, we have the second semi-final of 3 for the T12 men's 100 metres. Juan Muna Martinez of Spain and Fedor Trikulic of Russia. And he could be one of the main contenders here with a personal best of 10.81 seconds. Martinez of Spain with a personal best of 11.35. Fedor Trikulic of Russia, 10.81, his personal best. The world record is 10.66. But of course, Jason Smith of Ireland running in the third semi-final. 10.66, the world record held by Elchin Mudarov of Azerbaijan. But Jason Smith has run quicker, and we will see him shortly. Trikulic here looking to set the early standard. The 3 semi-final winners and the fastest loser qualify for the final. And they get away first time, and Trikulic already quickly into his rhythm, into his stride, but Martinez is coming through to win this, and Martinez has taken it, and that is a surprise. Juan Muna Martinez of Spain taking the second semi-final, and Fedor Trikulic with a personal best of 10.81 there is stunned. Martinez goes through with a time of 11.27, a personal best. He's another athlete who has come to the fore here in Swansea. And Fedor Trikulic, 11.5, and he is going to struggle to make the final. Well, that's an unexpected result, to say the very least. And at the moment, Trikulic is not going to go beyond the semi-final. Martinez timed it perfectly and came through to win that with a good deal of comfort. And he has smashed his personal best.
Well, that's a major upset, because the Paralympic Games champion from London ran 11.50 there, and that's slower than Thomas Ulbricht, who is the fastest loser right now. So Trikulic is out already. And that was not expected. What a wonderful run from Juan Muna Martinez.
Well, confirmation of the first major surprise here at these European Championships. Fedor Trikulic is out, but credit Juan Muna Martinez. He is the story with a personal best 11.27, and he is through to the final. And Trikulic made a good start, but he was almost treading water in the middle stages, and Martinez just blew straight past him.
That is a big surprise. Now we have a new event for you in the field, the women's shot put F37, this among the cerebral palsy categories. Irina Vertskaya with her first round throw for Russia. Eva Berner is the one to beat in this, a regular medalist at major international competition. And she had a foul in the opening round, as being led by Victoria Yesevich of Ukraine, 9 meters 65, with Francesca Liebhardt of Germany second, 9:17, and Beverly Jones of Britain, 8:38. Lots of home support and interest here. Beverly Jones of Gloucester, coached by John Parkin. That's the lead, and that's the first beyond 10 meters in the competition. Vertskaya with 10:05. And that's not very far away from Eva Berner's European record of 11 meters.
And Berner has thrown 10:88 this season. So she needs to find her stride very quickly here.
10 meters 19, her personal best set this year. Weather's closing in again, got a little bit chilly. Don't need to repeat that because it happens every 10 minutes here.
Might be the possibility of the odd spot of rain soon. We've already seen the blustery wind affect the women's long jump competition. And here is Teiga Kantane of Latvia. It's gone beyond 10 meters for her personal best, but nowhere near that so far this season. And just behind the 10-meter line there. We'll have potentially one of the big stars of this championships, Jason Smith of Ireland, going in the final semi-final of the T12 men's 100 meters in around 6 or 7 minutes time. And that's 9 meters exactly for Kantane of Latvia. Good enough to put her up into 4th place at the moment.
Another major title for Marianne Bugenhagen. She's won the women's discus, F55, 8 meters clear of the rest. Now, Eva Berner. Huge success in her career. Silver medal in Lyon at the World Championships last year in 2013. She's been winning major medals since the 2004 Paralympic Games in Athens. And no throw in the opening round, but she'll be looking to knock around 10 meters to get into the medals, maybe get a gold this time. The European record holder. The second line is 10 meters. She'll be close to the lead. Better than that, she'll be in the lead. 10 meters 21. She goes into the gold medal position beyond Vertskaya.
Of course, through 11 meters in London, the Paralympic Games, in the same competition which saw the world record broken by the Chinese athlete Na Mi, 12 meters 20. And here is Irina Vertskaya. And that's got to be about 9 meters 50. Through 10 meters 5 centimeters in the opening round, currently in 2nd place. My apologies, that was Victoria Yashevich of Ukraine, and it's a 9 meters 63, just behind her opening throw, which will see her in 3rd place at the moment.
The interesting thing is Ukraine tend to wear different colours in the IPC circuit than they do in the IAAF one. Grudzaita of Latvia through 6:98 in the opening round, which has her in a 7th place. She's 1.40 meters behind Britain's Beverly Jones, who's in 6th place at the moment, with Berner leading 10:21, Vertskaya 2nd in 10:05, and Yesevich 3rd 9:65. Who we saw prior to Grudzaita. She is a 10-metre thrower, and she's actually thrown 9 meters this season. But she's not enjoying the best of her morning, and maybe there's a knock or an injury she's brought into this, because 6.95 isn't near her best, and she remains in 7th place. So here's how things stand in the women's shot put. F37, Eva Berna of the Czech Republic leads, 16 centimeters clear of Arina Vertneskaya of Russia. So back to the track, and this the third and the last semi-final of the men's 100 meters T12. And a familiar name in this, Jason Smith. He's 6 times a major championship medalist, that at T13. He's been reclassified ahead of this competition, more about that in a moment. In lane 3, Andrei Kuzmin of Russia. 19 years old. New name who could figure in the highlights this week. The double world champion, 100, 200, last year in Lyon, the last 2 Paralympic Games in London and in Beijing. At T13, Jason Smith, who's now at T12, which means he gets to compete in 100 and 200 here, and in Rio too, it looks like. And Suat Onur of Turkey is in lane 7. But Jason Smith was at T13, which was the most minimal visual impairment, and now he's in the category of medium visual impairment, which means the eyesight is not as strong as it was, I fear. There is a chance of further medals in this new category for Jason Smith, reclassified this week. We wish him the best. And everyone else too. Well, he runs in the IAAF circuit. He was attempted to qualify for the Olympic Games as well as the Paralympic Games, and came very close to qualifying. He was only about 0.04 of a second outside. Competed in the EAA European Athletics Championships in Barcelona in 2010, as well as on the IPC circuit, and he got through a round as well. Got a lot of attention in Barcelona 4 years ago. He's in the middle lane, lane 5 here. Away the first time of asking. Smith, really strong starter. Kuzmin in 3 trying to keep up, but Jason Smith well in control. New category, same old Jason Smith. He wins 11.40. Good and impressive and largely untroubled. And Smith takes the honours here. It's exactly a second outside his season's best, but he's done very well. Kuzmin and Ono were not in a position to keep up with him here. Jason Smith wins 11.40. Double success, 100 and 200. And the world's last year in the last 2 Paralympic Games, and the European his latest target in a new category. But Jason Smith takes the honours here, and he did very well in doing so. Strong start, and with 10 metres gone, he was well ahead of the rest. Kuzmin on the near side. Suat of Turkey on the far, and he won that by exactly 4/10. Assured, comfortable, controlled, and Jason Smith qualifies for the final. Good, solid stride in the United States. A lot these days. Really comfortable. 27 years old now. Personal best is 10.24, and he has featured in the European Team Championships on the European Athletics circuit the past couple of years. Very strong Irish team there. And he's a man always in demand, is Jason Smith. And such as is here. So Smith wins 11.40 for Ireland. Andrei Kuzmin second for Russia, 11.80. And Suat Onur of Turkey third, 12.18. And we've had all 3 semi-finals now, and Thomas Ulbricht from the first semi-final goes through as the fastest loser, which means the Paralympic champion, Andrei Kuzmin, doesn't make it. He's not in the list. Loganov, Muna Martinez, Smith and Ulbricht are the four for the final.
So Jason Smith, you feel, has plenty left in the tank. And it's becoming this sort of day to wrap yourself up in your flags. And just a bit chilly after the early morning sunshine. But they're enjoying themselves as well. Plenty of youngsters here during the school holidays. And there are still tickets available for the morning sessions, but all the evening events are sold out here in Swansea. And Johnny Peacock among the stars we will see later on today. But we still have around an hour or so of competition this morning.
Well, that's the stand on the back straight. Nicely populated. So we've had quite a few events already this morning, medals decided. And if you've been out, we've had 6 events which have seen 6 different nations take the honours, including the hosts, Great Britain, which came very early on this morning. Sam Kinghorn winning the women's 400 metres T53. Well, it's an excellent sporting city, this. Swansea City in the English Premier League, the Ospreys in Rugby's Pro 12 and European competition.
And there was also county cricket, Glamorgan playing just down the road at St Helens yesterday morning. And of course, if you've got any comments about the IPC European Athletics Championships, you can tell us what you think or what may happen on Twitter at IPC Athletics. And we'll welcome your comments throughout the competition, of course. Swansea will be our hosts until Saturday. And there is some top-class competition guaranteed between now and the weekend. So at IPC Athletics, if you have anything to say about what you've seen so far or what you're looking forward to over the next 5 days here at Swansea 2014. Of course, in the UK, para-sports really came to the fore with the Paralympics. And it's hard to believe it's 2 years ago now, and we're already looking ahead to the next one in Rio.
Now we've another new event for you. This is the men's club throw, the F32. And it's just started with Georgios Syris of Greece. 21:44, his lifetime best achieved this year. We'll be looking for something around the 30s to win the gold today. Stephen Miller of Britain is among the 30s, as is Maciej Sochal of Poland and Władysław Frolow of Russia. And as generally has been the case, we're watching a couple of warm-up throws before the competition gets underway. You can send us your comments on @IPC Athletics. Also, we'll use the hashtag Swansea 2014, and we'll have a look at your comments, and hey, we might even read them out.
If they're clean.
I'll guarantee you nothing.
Talk to me this year.
Well, Syris of Greece, he's 40 years old, turned 40 this year. It's an F32, but as sometimes happens, there are a couple of multi-event categories, so there's an F31 in this as well.
Okay then, sure.
This is in the cerebral palsy grouping. And the larger the second digit, then the less restriction there is. Sun's come out again. So in terms of the line markers, the first is 15 metres and Sirius is beyond that, but unfortunately is beyond the boundary as well, and that'll be a no throw.
So Maciek Sochal with a personal best of 36.97 coming into this championships, and he will be the gold medal favourite, although his season's best has been surpassed by Vladislav Frolov of Russia and also Stephen Miller of Great Britain. So this could be a very tightly contested competition. So Sirius now with his second throw, and that's better. Around 21-22 metres, which would be close to his personal best, but there's another red flag there. There's lifting there from Cyrus, so got to stay in contact with the chair. So that's why he's recorded 2 no throws so far.
Yeah, the rule is that contact between one buttock and the chair has to remain, and if you sit up, then that's a foul. And they've got judges perched all around the cage just to make sure that contact is maintained.
Rather like the lifting penalty in wheelchair basketball, which you saw plenty of in the Paralympics. So the timing for this one has to be absolutely right, because the margins for error are possibly smaller for this sort of throwing event than maybe for the discus or the shot put.
Well, needs to get something on the board here. That's a nice attempt. That's a good solid mark on the board, and it's shy of 25 metres, but it gives him a chance of finishing up the rankings, certainly.
Well, the white flag has been raised on this occasion. It's a personal best of 21.44 set this season. And that's surely beyond that. So Cyrus just waiting for confirmation.
It's quite tentative for the Greek. He had a few issues with the first 2 throws, which he had to straighten up. And he got that one absolutely right. And there's a real good prospect that that was a lifetime best for him, because it was 21.44 going into this competition. He has a chance of a rest now as well, but we're still waiting for the 3rd mark to come up after the first 2 round fouls.
Cyrus has been made to wait here a long, long time.
Well, it is the first marked throw of the competition, which would normally take a little bit of extra time just to make sure the equipment is properly calibrated, competition by competition. Well, also in this is the silver medalist from last year's championships, Sochal of Poland. That's a solid mark. That should be a lifetime best, I would say.
Yeah, 22.37 for Georgia Cyrus. So he has beaten his personal best by 93 centimetres with his first legal throw here in Swansea.
So his first 3 have been successful. What about the next 3? so far with the next attempt.
Probably around 20 metres, maybe slightly below that.
Well, this is one of the events where all 6 throws happen at once. Next track action, by the way, is in half an hour's time. We've got the T34 semi-finals of the men's 100 metres, and that includes Stefan Rusch of the Netherlands, who are looking for a great week here after a great week in Zurich, and Sebastian Maubrey of France, Bojan Mitic also of Switzerland. It's not an improvement for Siris. 19 metres 24, disapproves by 3 metres his previous round throw, which was a lifetime best of mid-22. So round 5. Well, that's better. That could be knocking around another new lifetime best for Siris here.
He's really found his rhythm after a couple of no throws at the start, but agonisingly for him, the red flag has been raised. So there must have been some lifting again as he strained every sinew to get that club out towards 25 metres. And that's a real shame for him, because he got the distance but not the technique inside the circle.
It's unfortunate for him, because that was looking to maybe be around 23 metres, which would have improved that new personal best by around a metre or so. Would have put him around 5th, 6th place in the rankings for this year in terms of the season's best of the 10 finalists that we have here. We've got one more to go. A lot of the club throwers you'll also see in the likes of the shot put and the discus. So we'll have a busy week. So this to round off the morning's throwing for the Greek. Measurers are poised around 25 metres, gives him something to aim at. Again, that's not terribly far away from his fine mark from earlier this morning. It's a white flag this time, which is good news for him. 22.37 in round 3, his best so far, and as he's the first thrower, he's obviously top of the pile of 1, which isn't really a pile at all.
It's a very small pile.
Yeah, Siris, I don't really think that's a major improvement for him. 22.37 in round 3. That'll be around 20-21 metres. He'll consolidate how he's done, but it won't improve in it, and it's a foul. So much for that. Siris, 22.37, his best of the day for no throws. Now we have a couple of medal ceremonies that will be on the way, including the women's long jump, the T38, and the women's discus F55. Swansea, Abertawe and Welsh. And this is for the men's shot put, the F20, which was held earlier this morning and proved to be a really good, strong, contested competition ultimately here. And it was a man who we regularly see on the podium, now finishing top of it. Well, we've seen a Greek in the club throwing, and Greek success in this men's shot put also. The bronze going to Efstratios Nikolidis of Greece. 13.69 in the opening round. Silver at the World Championships in Christchurch in 2011, and bronze in Swansea at the Europeans in 2014.
best throw was his final throw, which just confirmed him in the bronze medal position.
So Greece with some reward already from the week's exploits in Swansea. Alexander Alexandrov of Russia with the silver medal. It was the third round that did it for him. He had 31 centimetres to spare over Nicolidis in the end. But there was no living with our winner. It was basically 1.5 meters. Clear of the rest, and Jeffrey Eigen of Sweden is the European champion. 15 meters 49, 1 meter 49 he won by ahead of Alexandrov. And that's a fine success for the Swede, who find themselves top of the podium. The world champion from 2011 takes the European title 3 years later, having won silver at the last two global events, London 2012 and Lyon 2013. Here's the Swedish anthem. So gold for the Super Athletics nation of Sweden. Hosted the EAA European Indoors last year and the EAA European Championships in 2006, both in Gothenburg. And in the last day in 06, they had an a cappella choir singing the anthems, and we heard that one a lot on the closings day. And we might hear a lot of that here with the Welsh Brass Band this week at Swansea 2014.
Have an a cappella male voice choir here as we're in Swansea. Maybe that's something they can sort out for later on in the week.
Might be on the schedule.
We're also about to have the medal ceremony for the opening event of the European Championships. The women's discus for the F55 classification.
The Swedish flag there alongside the Swiss. Switzerland being the European athletics capital last week, Swansea this week.
And it's been a busy morning for the crowd to enjoy here in Swansea. We've seen plenty of golds and the odd shock or two on the way so far as well. And those seats will be filled to capacity for the afternoon and evening session later on in the day.
Yeah, that's going to be underway at 3:30 local time. 14:30 GMT and 16:30 Central European time. 3:30 here in Wales. 27 finals this evening, 11 this morning.
Just to mark your card, coming up before we finish here this morning in Swansea, we have the men's long jump final for the T11 category, and we also have the women's javelin for F12 and the men's shot put for F38, along with a couple of semi-finals for the men's 100 metres in the T34 category.
So another medal ceremony coming up, and this will be for the women's T38 long jump, where it pretty much all went according to plan. The regular medalists got into the top 3, but it was a very good competition, this long jump. And Lithuania take the bronze through Ramun Adomatiene. 4:58 was her best attempt. It was in the second round. It had her in second place for a long time, until she was overtaken by the world record holder. Adomatiene in the end at 38 centimetres to spare over Britain's Olivia Breen, who we'll see back on the track. It was in round 4 when Ines Strizak pounced for the Ukraine. 4:63, took it by 5 centimetres ahead of Adomatiene.
But really, this was a competition dominated by the elements as much as the athletes, and that was borne out by the gold medal leap.
Margarita Goncharova of Russia takes the gold medal, and it's another fine honour for her. 4:86 was her winning attempt, and it was the very first round of the competition, and it was into a 2.9 headwind. There was a variance of 5.6 meters per second in terms of her jumps alone. We heard this a bit this week. World champion last year, European champion this year, Margarita Goncharova of Russia, ahead of Ines Strizak with the silver, and Ramun Adomatiene of Lithuania with the bronze. Good competition. The first jumping medals of the week.
Russia already have a gold, silver and bronze on the opening morning here in Swansea. This is the main seating area here at Swansea University. We're just across the road from the main academic buildings. But it's a terrific setting here on the Mumbles, just outside the city. We have more medals to hand out before we get back to the action on the track and also in the field as well.
We've had a couple of discus events already this morning, and this will be the medal ceremony. One of those. That's coming up very soon. Women's discus F55.
It's the opening event of the day. Back at 9 o'clock this morning. I hope you were with us. And it's the anticipated result. Yet another gold medal for one of the oldest competitors in the competition, Marianne Bugenhagen, at the age of 61. And she still remains well ahead of the field, winning the gold medal by 8 meters. In bronze from Azerbaijan, Solmaz Safarova. Personal best for her of 16 meters 32 centimeters. And it was very tight between silver and bronze. There's only 11 centimeters between them. Daniela Todorova of Bulgaria taking the silver medal position with her penultimate throw. But really, one competitor was in a field of her own, Marianne Bugenhagen, with a season's best, 24 meters 62 centimeters, over 8 meters clear of the field, and the world and European record holder has yet another gold medal. She has 9 in Paralympic competition, winning her first way back in 1992. And at the age of 61, she shows no sign of stopping. Well, it's already been a great sporting summer for Germany, and this, the first gold medal they win here in Swansea.
So the great veteran Marianne Bugenhagen gets Germany off the mark in Swansea this week. Another to add to the massive collection of medals.
Let's return to the men's club throw in the F32 category.
So ladies and gentlemen, tonight's the shot for the second ceremony. European medal
Evgeny Demin of Russia is currently in the circle, and this is his 5th throw. He's the 2nd competitor, and his best so far, 26 meters 10 centimeters, which is a personal best. That was his 2nd throw and his first legal one of the competition, and that one is just on the 25-meter line. So he is building an impressive sequence here. He is currently in the lead, surpassing the throws from Georgia Cyrus of Greece. So 26.10 is the mark to beat early on in this competition. Maciek Socha of Poland is the favourite with his personal best of 36 meters 97, and that's the sort of area in which you would anticipate the medals will be sorted out beyond 30 meters. So can the Russian pull something out here in his final throw? And he's been remarkably consistent. Again, he's around 25 meters. We have 10 competitors in this competition, and a red flag for the final throw. And the next man we will see into the circle is Stephen Miller. In fact, 24.84, I should say, the final throw there for Evgeny Demin.
So our next event is the long jump. We've got the T11 final, which is currently on, which is being led by Xavier Porras of Spain. Now, this is the T11 category, which is complete visual impairment. So they're putting all their faith in their guide, who will stand on the jumping board and will basically clap their hands, get attention, and will let the competitor know how close they are. Porras won bronze in Lyon at the World Championships last year in 2013, was 4th in Beijing at the Paralympic Games in 2008, and he leads by 9 centimeters from the Ukrainian Ruslan Katishev, the London 2012 champion. Mehmet Tunek will see shortly. Pablo Quintero we saw a few moments ago, who had the first foul of the competition, and it's a foul for Tunic as well.
And it's a field dominated by the Spaniards, 3 out of 7, and the world record was also set by a Spanish athlete, Jose Rodriguez. 6.67 the European record, way back at the Paralympics in Atlanta in 1996. Martin Parejo with his first leap.
Okay, can we show us how you want the seat?
And this is quite an event because it's F11, which means there's a guide.
Come on, you.
The guide telling them which direction to go, and you'll see the guide leaps out of the way as soon as their athlete comes close. The clapping gets quicker and louder the closer the athlete comes, and then the guide will slip out of the way. And Parejo launched himself out well there. 4 who have registered marks have gone beyond 5 meters. 5 560 the target for bronze at the moment for Pareko and the rest.
Javier Porras has a personal best of 6:16, and he's also jumped 6:14 this season. So he will be the favourite on what we've seen previously. And he will be the next to jump once we get Martin Parejo's
5:53,
yeah.
Very impressive.
Up into 4th place, only 7 centimetres behind Makaras of Greece.
Go.
Here it is, Javier Porras, 5:80 in the opening round, and it's a real team effort, this.
So 5:80 in the opening round for our leader, Javier Porras of Spain. He leads by 9 centimetres from Katishev of Ukraine.
And the guide here has to get things absolutely right. This area outside the stadium, but all eyes inside the stadium are focused on the big screen at the moment watching this.
And the clapping you can hear is from the guide. Oh, he launched himself out well, didn't he, just?
And the timing there looked to be absolutely perfect.
It's where you have to get the stride pattern absolutely right without knowing where the board is. You have to anticipate it well. Obviously, it takes an immense amount of practice. But Porras is getting this right so far. Should be another good mark for him. You'll notice as well it's an elongated launch board as well. And that is 5.93, and he increases his lead by 13 centimetres.
Closing in on 6 metres, which is where the elite competitors tend to be in this event. Now we have Katishev of Ukraine. A personal best of 6 metres, 4 centimetres. And he's somewhere short of that on this occasion. Nearer 5 than 6 metres. But it's early days for these competitors. And you do wonder just how much the guide and the athlete spend lonely hours on the training track and in the gym getting things absolutely right. 5.93 is our leading jump at the moment. Katishev in 2nd place with 5 metres 71. It's 5.84, so he's improved on that. And he is now within 9 centimetres of the lead, and this developing into a very tight competition early on.
So the Paralympic Games champion is now extending himself very well, the Ukrainian Katishev. Next to go for Lithuania, Modestas Grauslis. 5.30 in the opening round has him in 5th place. 5.51 jumper from earlier this year, that is lifetime best. ranks him in 4th place of those competing. But that's the top 3 that Grouselis is aiming for right now. But even if he matched his lifetime best right now, he'd be no higher than 5th, so he has to improve on what he's achieved previously in his career. Martin Pareco is just ahead of him on 5:53. In 4th place at the moment, looking for a tilt to the medals. Pablo Quintero of Spain and Mehmet Tunç of Turkey have not registered a mark yet. They still have their 2nd round to go. So Grouselis, Lithuania. Careful. Well, he was just going to the side of the launch pad there. And they have to wear blindfolds as well, just to ensure that it is a proper T11 competition. But he was just wavering a bit there. He went off the track slightly, but managed to find himself on the board eventually. Got himself moved back to his left-hand side. 5:30 in the opening round, and he'll do well to get near that.
Just lost his rhythm there as he went through. Grouselis just waiting for confirmation of his 2nd, and in fact he has been given as a no jump, so possibly because he strayed out of the runway.
Unfortunate for him, but he stays in 5th position. Now for Greece, a 2nd round attempt coming for Athanasios Barakis of Greece. 5:60 in the opening round has him in the bronze medal position, and he won bronze in Beijing in 2008 at the Paralympic Games there. 42 years old now, 580 jumper this year. He's been a 6-meter man in his career, which all time has him ranked 3rd of the finalists here. 25 centimeters the improvement he's looking for to move up. Got the momentum well, and looks to be beyond 5 meters, but 5:60 might just have been beyond that attempt. But the styles of guidance you'll have noticed different as well. His guy doing it verbally, others will clap. But he got it good and straight, and that's a help. By the way, there was no wind, amazingly, for his 1st round attempt.
He must have been somewhere else. We've seen a great variety of wind speeds already in this competition.
Very close to improving, not quite 5:56. 4 centimeters shorter than his very good, strong 1st round attempt, and he stays 3rd.
We've seen minus 1.8s and +2s already, so here is Pablo Quintero of Spain. Failed to register with his opening attempt. His compatriot Porras leading at the moment, but it's very tight between gold and silver. Hits the board fair and square, and manages just to lean forward as he landed to avoid falling back into the pit. And I'm sure there's great competition within the Spanish team as well as individuals, and he seemed to time that absolutely right, but Close to 5 meters. So Contero will be on the board this time.
5-3-0.
And 5:30 for Contero. He moves or remains in 5th position, level with Grasilas of Lithuania. And we're back on the track very quickly for the men's 100 meters in the T34 category. And local interest here with Ben Rowlings, the 18-year-old, in lane 4. But Henk Schulling of the Netherlands should be the favourite with a personal best of close to 17 seconds. So in lane 2, Thomas Mani of Finland. Season's best, also the personal best of 16.75. Then it's Ben Rowlings of Great Britain. The 18-year-old not lacking home support. Stefan Rusch of the Netherlands. 16.13 this season. And then Henk Schulling, also a Dutchman. This in the T34 class. And Stefan Rusch will hope to be around the medals when we have the final later on. But we've seen surprises on the track already. And Bojan Mitic, the European record holder, will be in the other semi-final. And the rain just starting to come down here in Swansea. It's the first of 2 semi-finals. And it's a false start. The first we've had here in Swansea. So this will increase the pressure.
Well, it's full IAAF rules as well, so if it's seen as a false start, then that would be a red card.
Was it Stefan Rusch? That would be a huge surprise if it is. Ben Rowlings of Great Britain was also pretty keen off the start line.
They're all rolling back into position tentatively. And it's a green card, so it's a faulty start as opposed to a false.
Well, there'll be great relief among all of the competitors there. And Rowlings and Rusch were quickest away. So take 2. And this time they do get away. And Stefan Rusch is already streaking ahead of the field with a personal best and a season's best of 16.13, and he's going to win this semi-final very, very comfortably. 17.52, the winning time. And he was easing up a long, long way before the finish there. So Stefan Rusch taking first place, winning this semi-final and setting the standard. Mani was second and Rowlings was third. And the first 3 in each heat do qualify, along with the next 2 fastest losers. So Rusch, Mani and Rowlings are the 3 who will go through. And Schulling is the man who goes out. Stefan Rouge was in a race of his own very early on, and then it was tight on the line with Manny just pipping Rowlands. So Stefan Rouge, some way off his best in the semi-final, but he knows there will be greater challenges to come. Notably from the likes of Bojan Mitic and Henri Manny in the second semi-final, presuming they come through. So confirmation of the first semi-final, a comfortable win for Stefan Rouge of the Netherlands, with Thomas Manny and Ben Rowlings both coming in under 18 seconds. Hence Schulling bringing up the rear.
So let's go back to the field, and the men's club throw is progressing at the moment. The F32 final, we've had 3 competitors who've had all 6 throws. So let's watch Stephen Miller, currently in the lead, 29 meters 80. Going backwards, that's a really good throw by Miller. Demin of Russia had led prior to this with a personal best of 26.10. It was the opening round throw in which Miller threw 29.80, but that will improve his third round throw beyond 30 meters. 30.68, and Miller is into the lead. So with 3 men having thrown, and there's still 7 to go in the men's club throw. It's the F32, which means all 6 throws come at once. Miller leads for Britain, with Evgeny Demin of Russia currently in the silver medal position, a personal best of 26.10, and the same for Saris of Greece, personal best of 22.37.
Maciek Sochal, the favourite for that event, will go 6th out of 10.
Well, that's going on in the field. The men's long jump T11 final, Javier Porras still leads with 5.88, ahead of another Spaniard, Martin Pareco, a 5.93 with a personal best. And Javier Porras now leads on countback because his second longest leap that he's just had of 5.88 is longer than Pareco's second leap of 5.53. So Spain currently in the gold and silver medal positions in that T11 men's long jump final. And we continue with Grauslis of Lithuania, 5.30 in the opening round, has him in 5th place.
And he is currently level in 5th place with Pablo Quintero, 5 meters 30, and they both had 1 legal jump. Looking to move into the medal positions here. And that's a decent effort. Beyond 5 meters. Grauslis does have the ability to go further.
It's not unusual to have shared medals in the field events. We saw it in Zurich last week, the men's pole vault, when Jan Kudlicha of the Czech Republic and Kevin Menaldo of France were both awarded bronze.
Grauslis has jumped 5.51 this season. It's also his personal best.
Would be quite something if we'd a shared medal in the long jump, because they keep going back on count back all the way if necessary. So you'd need a
5.41. So that's the longest jump so far from Grauslis, and he is now in 5th place on his own.
So Grausler's had been joint fifth, now he's fifth outright as he gets one on the board. His longest one so far. That's Thanastias Barakas of Greece, 5.60 in the opening round, 5.56 in round two. Looking to improve by quarter of a metre exactly in order to get into third above Katishev of Ukraine.
Τώρα, έλα, πάμε, ωραία, ψηλός Θανάση, έλα, βάλε τώρα, μείνε κι άλλο.
Launched himself out, came towards the right-hand side slightly.
Used the full extremity of the board as well there.
Well, 5.85 is target to get into the medals, and he'd be doing very well with that, really. 6.08 is his lifetime best. And here's how he did. Had to use a lot of that elongated board. He was right on the edge of it too. Just about got it right. Squeezed every last centimetre out of it. 5.51. He stays in fourth place. So now the second semi-final of the men's 100 metres T34, and it features in this the world champion from Christchurch in 2011, Sébastien Maubré of France, and for Britain, Isaac Towers. Well, lots of home support for Isaac Towers here. 17.43, his lifetime best achieved this year. Then for France in lane 4, the 2011 world champion, Sébastien Maubré. Bojan Mitic of Switzerland, 28-year-old, 15.85 his lifetime best set this year. He goes in lane 5. Henri Mani of Finland is in 6. And in 7, representing the Netherlands, Bart Pijs. So 1933 is the target for whoever finishes outside the top 3. It's the top 3 who go through, and the 2 fastest losers, Towers, Maubré, Mitic, Mani and Pijs. Away first time, Maubré in 4, Mitic in 5, the 2 to really look out for, but Mitic has started very slowly. Maubré is absolutely flying at the moment now. Mitic is going to come into his own, and Mani as well alongside. It'll be these 3 to make it. Mitic might just nick it. It doesn't really matter who wins. It does to the Finn, though. Mani's taking it. Ahead of Maubré with Mitic in 3rd, 16.69. And if Towers of Blackpool in Britain and Bart Pijs beat 1933, they are both going through to the final as well. Very good win for Henri Mani, lane 6 from Finland. Took a great scalp there of a previous world champion and one of the fastest men in Europe this year in Mitic. He did fantastically well. Marvellous Mani wins it. 16.69. No doubt that he's on his way into the final. Maubré looks like he might have just taken 2nd place. The replay can confirm that for us, but 16.69, a very good winning time. Look at how he came up there. He was 3rd all the way. Mitic had started very slowly. What a great start by Maubré of France in lane 4. 50 metres race, he'd have won very easily. But look at Mani, well behind, and then he just gets into his stride in the final 30 so impressively. Mani will take it, and will take it very well. 16.69 ahead of Mowbray, who died a little bit at the end, but he knew he was going to go through. Mitic also makes it. So all 5 qualify for the final. Towers and Pice as fastest losers. Still much overcast from up on high. These are the 8 who qualify for the final, and there's British representation from Ben Rowlings from Coventry, coaches Job King, and Isaac Towers, 15 years old, based in Blackpool, wire and filed, and his coach is Peter Wyman, and they both make it. Mani, Goodwin, Mowbray, Mitic, Henry Mani and Thomas Mani both make it through, and they've represented the clan very well indeed.
If you're from Blackpool and your surname's Towers, that's an easy headline, isn't it? Yeah. He did very well there. He did well just to stick with the first 3, just make sure he was carried through into the final. But let's return to the field events and the women's javelin for the F12, and Anna Sorokina of Russia is currently in the lead, around 3 meters ahead of the field so far. But it's the early stages of the competition. We have 4 competitors, and here is Rose Velepa of France, who had a no throw to open the competition. This her 2nd of 6.
Yeah, there's 4 in this javelin. It's the F12 final, which is medium visual impairment. So there is a guide whose job is basically to stand in the infield and to get their competitor to aim a javelin at them.
Well, Anna Sorokina has just thrown her 2nd throw, 33.09, so not troubling her leading throw in the 2nd round. She won a silver medal at the Paralympics in London a couple of years ago. So Rose Velepa.
This is one of the events which doesn't take place at every game, so there's not a huge amount of form for these competitors to go on. Tanja Dragic won the London 2012 title, set a world record of 42.51, but she's not in this.
Velepa has a personal best of 24.29. Thrown over 21 meters so far this season. And that's just creeping over the 20-meter line, possibly. Just about. And the leader, Sorokina's 2nd throw, has now been classified with a red flag, so she only has 1 legal throw so far. And Velepa with a personal best, some way short of the rest of the field. Looking for a lifetime achievement here. And she will be on the board this time after a red flag first time around. And it's 25 21.29. So some way short of her season's best, but she has something to improve on now.
It wouldn't have made much difference for her if it was 25. It would have kept her in fourth place anyway. This is Natalia Eder of Austria. And that's a really good throw. That's a tremendous throw, actually. 34.33 in the opening round. Target for the lead, Sorokina of Russia's 37.51.
Has thrown close to 40 metres this season.
Well, Javelin has to go down point first. If it's a flat landing, then it goes down as a no throw. And that has been measured, and 34.73 keeps her in second place. That's an improvement of 40 centimetres. It was just about okay. It wasn't completely flat. They obviously went to measure it anyway. It's down to other officials to rule it as a no throw.
And now we have Maria Vidacek of Croatia, currently in the bronze medal position. So Sorokina leading from Eder at the moment. And that one is some way short of 20 metres. She threw nearly 30 metres, or just over 30 metres in the opening round. And all the competitors here in the field events not being helped by the blustery conditions at the moment.
Angle wasn't right for her at all. Wasn't able to cut through the wind. Well, it still got measured. Looked as if she'd stepped out early, but it's gone through as a sub-20 metre effort. It's only 4 in this field, so we're rattling through the javelin very quickly indeed. We're past the third waypoint of the competition now, and we're heading into round 3. And our leader for Russia is Anna Sorokina, 37.51 in the opening round. Well, she got some distance on that. It's beyond 30.
White flag as well.
She leads by 3 metres or so from the Austrian Natalia Eder at the moment. He started off the competition very well with a 37.51, and that has her top of the pile right now. Natalia Eder doing very well to try and keep up, and that was 36.91, and that in itself would be good enough for the gold medal position at the moment, but it's 60 centimetres behind Sorokina, still leading on that mark of 37.51. It's good, consistent throwing from the Russian.
And here is Rose Willepa again from France, 21.29. Her one throw so far. Has a personal best of 24.29, which in this competition is something she'll be looking to surpass. But not on this occasion. Difficult to get the timing. And there's something to work on there with the guide.
Well, for Austria now, Natalia Eder Needs an improvement of a couple of meters to try and dislodge Sorokina at the top of the pile. 2 throws of 34 meters so far. That second line is 30 and it's just beyond it. It dipped around 32 or thereabouts. Having to hold off Maria Vidicek of Croatia, who's just behind her in third at the moment. Are we in a position right now where the medalists are pretty much entrenched in their positions? Sorokina will look quite difficult to dislodge. That was a good launch. It's 32.86. It's the shortest so far. And Eder stays in second place for Austria behind Sorokina of Russia.
And the world and European record set at London 2012, 42.51 by Tanja Dragic of Serbia. And here is Vidicek of Croatia. Currently in third place, 30 metres, 40 centimetres. And that's gone beyond 30 metres. That's her most impressive throw so far. Seemed to be heading up rather than away when she released it, but she got great distance there. And she's highly delighted by it. Vidicek now anxious to see what she's got, if she can put any pressure on Eder. .32.42, so it's a best throw of the competition so far. And she is a couple of meters behind Eder in the bronze medal position.
So we've reached the halfway point in the women's javelin, and Sorokina leads 37.51. Natalia Eder of Austria in second place, 34.73, and a good improvement from Maria Vidicek there of Croatia to move up to 32.42, but she remains in third position in this women's javelin final, F12. Rose Wellepa of France has got quite a lot of extra work to do. She's around a 25-meter thrower in her career. Would need to massively improve her personal best in order to get into the medal standings.
All the focus on the field events at the moment. At the end of this morning's session, we'll be back on the track this afternoon at 3:30 local time, 4:30 CET. And there'll be much anticipation about the final of the men's 100 metres in the T12 category.
So it's back to Rose Wellepa, who's currently fourth in the competition, having thrown that 21.29. And I think realistically is doing as well as she could have considered. Just a quick update on the men's long jump, the T11. They've reached the halfway stage. Javier Porras still leads. On count back for Martin Pareco, they have both jumped 5.93. So halfway in the women's javelin, and Sorokina, it's a good advantage. It would take a mammoth throw from Natalia Eder in comparison to what she's done so far today in order to dislodge. But now this is Rose Wellepa of France. Personal best is 24.29. Realistically would be aiming for that here. Her fourth attempt. Can she get it beyond 20 at least? Well, not this time. The 21-29 was her best in the competition too. No throws as well, and is finding herself in a position where she's knocking around the 20-meter mark and realistically no further here.
And she's almost in a competition of her own, trying to beat her personal best with the medals decided elsewhere.
18:41 was her fourth round attempt.
And now we have Vidicek of Croatia, with Sorokina leading from Adair in the gold and silver medal positions. And that's beyond 20 meters from, beyond 30 meters rather, from Vidicek. 32.42, her most impressive throw so far, and that's going to be close to that. And she has a personal best of 34.66 thrown this season. And Vidicek this time 31.82, so she's been very consistent with 3 of her 4 attempts over 30 meters. And now we move on to the battle for gold and silver.
Well, it is quite a battle, which is currently being led by Anna Sorokina of Russia. Natalia Eder of Austria finding herself in second place right now. 34.73 in the second round. Needs to improve by around 3 meters to rise up the rankings. And she's got that at good distance beyond the 30. But how far? 2 throws of around 34 meters had her in a very strong position, have kept her in that strong position. Is that beyond it? Hard to say if it is. The 37.51 is the lead mark for Sorokina. Natalia Eder is a 39-meter thrower this year, and that would have her in the gold medal position. She needs the throw of her life, as that's what it was earlier this year. Good effort by the Austrian. The guides are standing by the side in this F12. And she's moved up, in terms of distance, but not placing a 36.45. Natalia Eder remains in second place, but she's only just over a meter away from our leader Sorokina of Russia.
And we can't really overemphasize how windy it is here, and it's a very open stadium as well. Many of these records were set in huge, steeply banked arenas like the Olympic Stadium. It's a different scene here. The wind does tend to whip across this track and make it difficult as Sorokina comes in again. And that's another very, very decent throw, more than decent. And that could improve her lead even further. Seemed to benefit from getting everything right there. And she really gave that everything, and it flew out well beyond 30 meters. "40 meters, 67 centimeters. No wonder there is a pump of the fist. It's a personal best from Anna Sorokina. 39 meters 75 has been surpassed here when it really matters, And that surely is the gold medal throw.
What a great throw from the Russian. Her first 40-metre effort of her life. It was 39.75 for her coming into the competition. For France, it's Rose Welleper with her a penultimate throw. And that dips around 20 metres. And it will be 4th place for her. I think that's pretty certain now. And have the medal positions been decided too. There's a bit of a gap that's developed between 1st and 2nd and 2nd and 3rd. That was a terrific effort by Sorokina. 40.67.
Well, the world record is 42.51, and if she keeps hitting her straps like that, that could be under pressure. You never know. She still has time. 2 more throws. So 18.62 for Welleper, and now we have Vidacek. Her penultimate throw. And that's troubling the 30-metre line, but it's not going to better her throw so far of 32 metres, 42 centimetres. She is assured of at least the bronze medal position at the moment. The question is, can she pull out something? And she's giving everything to overhaul Natalia Eder in 2nd place. Not on that occasion. 27.26. So she remains in 3rd place with her 3rd round throw. And on to the top 2.
And that means that Natalia Eder stays in 2nd place for Austria. She's just over 4 metres clear. And that was an excellent 4th round attempt of 36.45, but the information will have come through what Sorokina's done. She's 4 metres in the lead now, having pulled off the longest throw of her life. And Eder has also been very close to 40 metres a lot this year, so she's put a huge amount into it. But that won't be as far as Sorokina's excellent effort from round 4. And Natalia Eder finding herself in a position she's very much under the cosh. Sorokina's put big pressure on her all morning. Good effort from the Austrian, but it needed to be a monumental one. And it's 32.41, and that's her shortest effort so far. And Sorokina, by the way, has skipped her 5th round throw. We're going straight into the final round.
Well, is that confidence from Sorokina? I suppose it puts the pressure on Eder. And here is Rose Welleper to finish her competition. And again, she is short of 20 metres. And she finishes by stepping over the line, so a red flag. And her best throw, 21.29, to finish in 4th place.
We have 3 more throws remaining. Maria Vidicek of Croatia. 32.42, her best so far for the 22-year-old. Needs to improve by just over 4 meters to catch up with Natalia Eder here. And it needs to be beyond 30, and it is, but is it sufficiently enough? Are we about to see Anna Sorokina best Natalia Eder again? It's happened quite a bit down through recent competitions. Vidicek finished 5th in the World Championships in 2011. It's looking like a bronze here, which will be an excellent result for her. And it will be bronze at worst. Well, that's her best throw of the day. 32.99, and Maria Vidicek of Croatia wins the bronze.
Now, potentially, we have the final throw from Natalia Eder, unless Sorokina fancies a tilt at a potential world record in the final event. So this will decide gold or silver. And it's a big ask for Natalia Eder. Her season's best and personal best, 39.24, and she needs to better 40.67 to win the gold medal. And she's given it everything, and it flies out beyond 30 meters. Didn't look to quite have the distance in the end, though. But she got the rhythm perfectly there as it flew out over 30 meters. So she may well have her finest throw of the competition, but it will not be enough to take the gold medal. So Anna Sorokina is about to be crowned as the European champion. There is a handshake, and it's 35.51. So that means that Natalia Eder will finish in the silver medal position, and Anna Sorokina has one final throw, already guaranteed the gold medal. She's already surpassed her personal best, going beyond 40 meters for the first time. This basically is a tilt at a world record, 42.51. It's not going to happen this time, though, but it doesn't really matter today. It's all about taking the medals, and Anna Sorokina has taken another gold medal for Russia here on the opening morning of competition at Swansea 2014, winning the women's javelin in the F12 classification with a personal best, the only thrower to go beyond 40 meters.
It's a similar story again for Natalia Eder, who finishes behind Sorokina again. Sorokina adds the European title to her well crowned from Lyon last year. Paralympic Games silver in 2012 when Eder took the bronze. And Tanya Dragic was the star of London there, but Sorokina, personal best in round 4 of 40 meters 67, takes the gold medal, and it's her third major medal in consecutive years, and 2 of them are gold. And it's similar for Eder, 3 medalled summers in a row, but 2 of those silver behind this girl, Anna Sorokina.
At the age of 22, she will be around for a very long time in parasport competition. And in the field, in Europe at least, she looks to be the best contender to treble the world record in the future.
Well, her personal best today was almost a metre beyond what she had thrown previously. Anna Sorokina wins it, 40 meters 67. Natalia Eder picks up a silver here to join the one she picked up in the Worlds in Lyon last year. And Maria Vidicek has a major medal. It's bronze, 32.99. Staying in the field and just outside the main stadium, the men's long jump, the T11. And we're watching Martin Pareko. This is his 4th round attempt, 5.93. He's jumped along with Javier Porras, and Porras is ahead of Pareko in countback. So Pareko, can he improve on that 5.93 this time? Well, he's given that a very good distance. 5.93 earlier on in the competition, a personal best. So he launches himself out, and that is the lead and a new lifetime best for Pareko. 5 meters 94.
And let's return to the main stadium and the club competition. And it's Maciek Sochal of Poland who gets a white flag. And Thomas Green has just thrown 28.43 is his best event, or his best throw so far. And that puts him in 3rd place overall.
Well, let's take a look at the latest standings in this. And Britain currently doing very well in this men's club throw F32. Thomas Green, we've just seen, 3rd place at the moment, 28.43, being led by Stephen Miller. And remember, the men who we've seen throwing here, that's it. The competition's done for them. There's nothing more they can do to influence the standings. Miller leads for Britain. Sochal 2nd for Poland, and Green is 3rd for Britain. So far, Badiowski, Frolov, Serbis and Sididis are continuing to wait, and they'll be throwing up in the next couple of hours.
And this is Maciek Sochal, the only man who can deny Stephen Miller a gold medal. And that was his final throw. And he was coming into this as the gold medal favourite. Stephen Miller, the only man to go beyond 30 metres so far in the competition. And 27.24 from Sochal, so he will finish 29.59 as the best throw for him. He will be in the silver medal position, but it will be gold and bronze for Great Britain. Stephen Miller taking the gold medal and Thomas Green taking the bronze. As the competition stands at the moment.
Well, Miller and Green have got themselves into a very good position for Britain here, and Sochal likely for Poland. So let's go back to the men's long jump. Very frenetic here. We're near the end. It's the final round. Pablo Quintero of Spain here. A 5.40 he jumped in the previous round, round 5 of 5.40. An improvement of 21 centimetres. He goes 4th. But he won't be satisfied with that. Good launch out. Looks to be around 5 or just beyond 5 again. This is the 6th last jump of the competition. There's still a lot left, by the way, in the club, so we may not be able to see the conclusion of that as the afternoon session starts in 2.5 hours' time. But Pareko, we've seen him take the lead with a 5.94, having been locked with Xavier Boris and 5.93 previously. Boris had been leading on countback. Pareco now leads 5.94, Boris 5.93. Spain first and second with Katishev, Ukraine third and 5.91. And that's 5 meters 14, so it'll be sixth at best for Pablo Quintero.
And now we have the final attempt for the Lithuanian, Modestas Grauslis, 5.41. Currently good enough to put him in 5th position. And he needs to improve that by around half a metre to overhaul Katishev and put himself in the bronze medal position. It's been a high-level competition at the top, with Parejo and Porras locked together a centimetre apart. Can the Lithuanian gate crash the party here? Not this time. That's the end of his competition. And he may have to settle for a place outside the medals here. But as the morning session begins to wind down here, the tension really rising around the long jump pit. And there's a good crowd outside the stadium watching this as well.
Yes, uniquely located. Normally it's in one of the inside lanes, normally on the back straight of the stadium, but this one is just behind the 100-metre starting area.
5.23, his shortest legal leap so far, and he will remain in the top 5 but outside the medals. 4 more to go. And the medals here are very much in the melting pot. 3 centimetres separating the top 3.
Grauslis needed an improvement of around 20 centimetres to get into the top 4, and he was exactly half a metre away from the medals as they currently stand. We've got 4 jumpers remaining. Athanasios Barakos of Greece, 5.60 so far. 32 centimetres needed of an improvement. 5.80 is season's best, 6.08 is personal best, which would be good enough for gold. Let's see if he can pull out something similar here. He barely used the board at all, and I think that'll be that for him. A 5.60 will he be his best of the day, and ever decreasing circles for him. Started at 5.60, down to 5.56, 5.42 in the last round. Round 5. This is the final round.
It's now or never for these athletes to try and stake a claim for a medal. And he's popped around the board, Baccarat. He's either been right at the front or right at the back.
Just a stride too many for him, really. 5.17 is his shortest of the day, which means we know the medalists, but not the final order yet. And there's only 3 centimetres between the top 3.
And the next man to go, once Baccarat leaves the scene, will be Ruslan Katishev of Ukraine. And he got that one absolutely right. And could that be a gold medal leap from Katishev? 5.91 his previous best, but he hit the board perfectly there. And That is going to get the nerves jangling in the Spanish camp. Hoping and praying for a long leap. Delight on the face of his guide. Oh, you can sense the tension all around the long jump area as we wait for the conclusion of this competition. 5.96. He goes into the lead. Ruslan Katishev, 2 centimeters clear of Martin Parello, and has the Ukrainian taken gold with his final leap.
Well, doesn't that put it up to the Spanish duo now? Parello and Porras were in gold and silver, and now it's silver and bronze. Parello, who had led, drops down to second place. 5.94 is personal best from round 4. Needs another one now. A further 2 centimeters would do it for him and count back. He said a 5.93, a 5.94 today, and a 5.96 if he emulates what Katishev has just done. That would put him into the gold medal position with only Javier Porras to come. It's been a wonderfully consistent round of jumping for Martin Parello, and this is his moment now to try and wrench the gold back from the Ukraine. Katishev leads 5.96, and a 5.96 from Parello would do it. Improvement needed, and it has to come now. And he didn't use the board at all. One more stride needed, and it will be at best silver for him. I think that's pretty much conclusive now. Porras in third place right now is the only man who can deny Katishev. And Parello needed another stride, and he didn't take his gold medal chance. It is silver for him instead. Katishev, so marvelous. 5.54. It's his second shortest of the day.
And now we are down to the final man, Javier Porras. 3 centimeters behind the gold medal position, currently in bronze. And if he can push things out beyond 6 meters, he will take gold with the final jump of the competition. It's been a high quality field in difficult, blustery conditions. Katishev's leading jump at the moment was into a headwind, which shows just how well they've been doing. But now, Javier Porras psychs himself up on the end of the runway. Needs to find 4 more centimeters to take gold. The timing here has to be absolutely right.
Vale, a ver, atento. Vale, ahí estás bien, ¿eh? Aquí va un poco lateral, ¿eh? Espera un poco más. Ahora, ahora, bien, 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 bien.
Here we go.
Bien, bien,
This
bien,
for a
bien,
gold
bien,
medal.
venga, venga.
Oh! And he may be pressurizing Katishev doesn't look too happy as he comes out of the pit. Thundered onto the board, but maybe just lacked it in the end. Hit the board absolutely right, and he strained every sinew to get close to 6 meters. And I think he's just outside. So Javier Porras, 5.71, which means in the most dramatic circumstances, Ruslan Katishev of Ukraine has won the gold medal by 2 centimeters from Martin Parejo of Spain, with Javier Porras, his fellow countryman, taking the bronze, and just 3 centimeters separated bronze, silver and gold.
What a marvellous leap by Katishev right at the end. He'd been in the bronze medal position, and an improvement of 5 centimetres sees him leapfrog the 2 Spanish, Parejo and Porras. It's Ukrainian gold for Ruslan Katishev. So the men's club throw is still going on, and we still have a long way to go in this, I should tell you, by the way. This is the F32 final, and this is Vladislav Frolov of Russia. We've had 7 who have competed, and Frolov is in the lead. 32.41 is a personal best, and Britain have been denied the gold medal. Stephen Miller had led on 30.68. That was a superb throw by Frolov, and he's in the lead. That might just have been the gold medal throw. Sushal drops down to bronze for Poland, and Thomas Green, who had been 3rd, drops down to the medals altogether. And their day is done. There's nothing more they can do about that now.
Personal best from Vladislav Frolov with his opening throw. There are only 2 more competitors to go following this, and that's another monster as well.
Well, that looks quite similar, I must say. Well, the first one he went backwards, with this one he went forwards. It's an excellent throw by Frolov, and he's done it again. It's another 32.41. He's done it twice, and he leads. Doesn't get 2 golds for it, though. And this is a marvellous effort from Frolov. And here's his 3rd throw. That's another huge one. Well, the cream has rapidly risen to the top here. It's another white flag. Frolov is in superb control of this competition right now. 2 throws of 32.41 further than anyone else. And that might just be further. Another long one beyond that 25-metre marker. 34 meters 10. It's another personal best for Frolov, and he's absolutely flying here in the gold medal position. And it can only be now bronze at worst for him. It would take 2 fantastic efforts to push him down now. That's his 4th round throw. Frolof's previous best was a 31.87 from earlier this year.
And the two still to come, František Cerebus of the Czech Republic and Dimitrios Zadidis of Greece, have never gone beyond 30 metres in their lives. So this looks to be the man who will take the gold medal and deny Stephen Miller of Great Britain a home gold.
So here's throw number 5 for Frolof, who leads on 34.10. All 6 throws taken at once. Remember, a little break between the first 3 and the second 3. A couple of practice throws as well, just to get yourself acquainted. But it does take a while for the competitors to be brought in and wheeled out. It's another super throw. It's another one beyond 30 metres, and we make that 33.49.
So 5 throws from Frolov, and he has the 5 longest throws in the competition so far.
So Frolov, his 6th and final attempt. But that looks the shortest of the 6, and maybe just over 30 metres. Frolov has done so fantastically well, and he has launched, catapulted himself into the gold medal position. Stephen Miller of Britain finds himself 2nd, and Sochal of Poland right now is in 3rd, but Frolov really so impressive with his marvellous efforts here. All 5 throws to date would have been good enough for gold. Doesn't matter if the 6th one is a bit shorter. (30 metres 42), but Frolov, 5 great throws. Right now, the gold medal is his, and only 2 men can deny him: František Cerebus of the Czech Republic and Dimitrios Zadidis of Greece. Well, there's still a long way to go in this competition, as it takes a long time to bring athletes in and out. So, with 2 men left to go, here's how it is in the men's club throw. Vladislav Frolov leads, personal best right across the board, 34 metres 10. Stephen Miller in 2nd place right now for Britain, with Maciej Sochal of Poland in 3rd place. And here's how things are at the end of the opening session. Cloudy day in Swansea with intermittent sunshine and the occasional shower. But it's been a fine morning session. Here's how things are in the medal standings. 2 golds for Russia, 5 medals on the opening day. The Czech Republic have got one of everything so far, but it's been good success for Britain, Sweden, France, Spain, Ukraine, Germany, with their wonderful veteran also in the discus. So let's take a look back at some of the highlights of the opening morning session from Swansea 2014.